considered almost a war crime.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
Literally, somebody actually... Okay, what happened was somebody bought it, accidentally, like, let a little bit of it spill in the stairway. He got evicted because of it, and he decided to sue the landlord. Landlord actually bought it, opened it up in the courtroom, and everyone was like, nope, he was totally right to evict that guy.
Wow.
That's how bad it is.
Wow, that's
from the smell alone. That is literally from the smell alone.
So, if I ever find Jameis's main estate, I'm sending one to him.
So, for those of you in the chat that are just now listening in on we're talking about a fish.
That makes me question if anyone ever actually ate that fish, because I imagine trying to, go through the process of getting all the meat from the bones would be intoxicating.
Oh, yes, so intoxicating.
You'd have to fight the urge to fucking throw up every time you took a bite of that fish.
Not necessarily. Cooking it might do something different to the smell. It's probably its raw. It's probably just its raw state that probably has a bad smell to it.
Probably dear. Find it. But yes, hello, welcome to the Feywild.
Howdy ho, everybody.
Yeah, we should absolutely begin, though there will be enough time for Charles to show up because this synopsis will be a little on the long side considering there was a whole fuck ton of stuff that happened. So, we will go on ahead and begin now. Last time, the party continued to spend time with friends and loved ones, taking whatever time that they could, knowing that the time to leave was drawing nearer. The longer they waited, the lower their chances at striking Shadow from obtaining Raven's treasure. But it was more than that, as Chase had deduced the ultimate plan. Upon learning that it was dangerous for too many to enter into into a fairy circle or portal at one time, Chase realizes the dark scheme that Vecna had planned for the Umbral clan. During the final hours, everyone had eventually gained their tattoos to assist in protecting them in the dangerous Feywild. Allies were gathered in the form of Theo, who's come to treat the party and pirates as new and trusted friends, as well as Finian, who reluctantly agreed after he realized he was outed as a Fey himself from the Inu clan, offering to help as a thank you for all the times the party had helped him, on the condition that they, and especially he himself, never ever set foot into the domain of the Inu clan. Refusing to elaborate, Chase agreed, promising at the very least that he wouldn't have to go if it does come to that. Carolus learns from Tsunami about what likely has happened to Lazuli and who the Prince of Frost was, continuing to share her knowledge of the Feywild and its people despite her own personal amnesia. Asking Carolus to be smart about this and to have faith in his friends, she takes him back to the party for him to explain to a concerned Philomena and Ryudo, who sensed the danger. Speaking of which, Ryudo had brought along Carolus Sr., who had just arrived. But Tsunami also shared the information with Kaylee and unknowingly shared it with Anaran and Chase. Speaking of Anaran, he and Belle got assistance from Kaylee and Sorrow to tap into Ryudo's mind and confront Raven once more. Raven greets with them with less hostility, actually wanting them to have a chance to debate their side to him. In the conversation, Raven reveals his hatred for Kaylee and Tsunami, as they are keeping Ryudo's heart strong, preventing Raven from having more influence on him, believing it is his right as it is his body. He takes the time to explain his beliefs in more detail while Belle and Anaran try to convince him that there are other ways. And yet, shockingly enough, Raven appears absolutely disappointed in Bicus and his methods. They refuse to go further into it, only to say that he'll personally take care of him upon his revival. After more back and forth, Belle, with the help of Anoran and a very confused Finian, choose to sing to Raven in an effort to make him rethink his ways, prompting Raven to ask to be left alone with his thoughts. Carolus Sr. and Lance finally had a moment to speak after 20 long years, realizing that each one's fear in talking to the other was mostly unfounded, and it was what that was keeping them apart, though brought together by Carolus Jr. Lance agrees to watch over Dales while Sr. is in hiding, and Jr. is off to the Feywild. As Akira continues to learn Misty Step and Evelyn teases Cyrus, Belle and Kyra have a night of teasing each other one last time. Belle literally jumping off a building and breaking his everything for the sake of showing her a fun time. Kaylee, Tsunami, and Rito, gather together on top of a wall looking out at sea, the three exchanging small gifts to one another, with Kaylee offering Tsunami a ring as proof that she matters to her just as much as Ryudo does. And as for Ryudo himself, he gives Kaylee his set of gold and silver earrings and Tsunami his bright-colored feather earrings as good luck charms, telling them both that he will wait for them no matter what, and will personally see them all off himself. And so, the following day comes, and the party arrived at the destination given to them by Millicent, a place that she had entered in from but never returned, only knowing that while it is a man-made portal, the party could wind up anywhere. Following a dusty and worn guide found near the body of a long-deceased traveler, the party proceeded to attempt to crack the code and enter the Feywild, before they were attacked by Bicus himself. Seeming enraged and desperate to keep the party from entering the Feywild, he trades words for spells and unleashes powerful magic at the group, taking power from the very stars themselves. However, he misunderstood where the true Feywild gate was, destroying the wrong object and allowing the party to activate the portal. And as they all got a shot or two in on Bicus, they hurried into the portal, leaving Ryudo and Chase's elemental behind. Though Ryudo's tone was somewhat off, prompting Bicus to halt his attack, just as the last of the party jumps inside, with the fate of Ryudo and Bicus to be a mystery. As such, we now begin with you, the party, having leaped into the portal to the Feywild, following through what appears to be a deep darkness. But, and I shall change this over...
The door to darkness?
The door to darkness! God damn it.
I left my keyblade away.
Did somebody say the door to darkness?
God damn it. I left my keyblade going. Damn.
Alright. Only the faintest of lights were on in the distance, but if you try to look around and orient yourself... Wait a minute, no, that is not... I jumped ahead. Yeah. As seconds go by, that darkness begins to fill with bright lights and colors, glowing leaves and flower petals, wisps of wind that carry sparkling shimmers, streaks of colors beyond the rainbow, scents that fill your lungs that remind you of home, your favorite meals, your favorite flowers, your favorite environments, your favorite people. And then suddenly, it all stops. Each and every one of you find yourselves in an extreme darkness once again. Only the faintest of lights on in the distance. But if you try to look around and orient yourself, you find your head barely able to move at all. In fact, your arms, your legs, everything seems to be stuck in place, staring into what seems to be an endless void. And let me now change the map.
God damn it. I was gonna play a fucking Spy Kids joke. Have we been falling forever? It's been 30 minutes.
No, it's been a week. It's been at least a week.
Tired and hungry.
All right, let me get you guys in here. and stage things. Okay.
Just the imagery of Anaran just casually snacking on something as they fall. Anaran! What? We've been at this for like 20 minutes already.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Missing Kaylee. And Evelyn.
Yep.
And missing Tsunami. And Theo. And Finian. Alright. Hopefully. Yeah, perfect. Alright. So now I shall summon you all in. And I shall stop the music. And prepare the next one. All right. So, with that, now that you know that you're feeling kind of stuck right now, and everything's really, really dark, I'll give you all a moment to speak or try to figure things out.
Yeah, Anaran casts light on anything.
On anything?
He'll just tap the tip of his longbow and cast light on it.
Technically, my sword is illuminated because of the lightning around it, so shouldn't that give us some light?
I didn't know that you actually had your sword out.
Well, you had my minifigure fallen with the sword out.
I thought I changed it, but it's, either way, right now, we'll just say that your sword isn't really giving off enough light to really be useful at the moment. It seems almost as if maybe that the spell might be a little bit better. So, well, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. We'll go ahead and turn on the lights.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and turn on the lights. Hold on. Let me get in here and turn on the lights. Where are you? Oh, you're all invisible. There you go. So, Belle, you look straight up and see that there's an enormous spider just standing right over top of you.
Is this my new pet?
Huh?
Fuck. Anaran would. Oh god. Anaran just speaking Sylvan. Terribly sorry, good sir. We came through a fairy ring. Where are we?
He's too busy screaming and flailing about, like scuttling about, just like trying to use one of his legs to kind of poke at you, almost like just trying to shift you away. Belle, you can't get out that easily.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't?
No, you're stuck in web.
Oh.
Yeah, you're stuck in web. So if you guys want to get up, I'm going to have you do strength checks. But to finish up the scene here, he's like frantically trying to push at you, almost like an old woman trying to get away from a mouse. And you just hear from deeper in the darkness of this place, "What's going on down there? I don't know, but there's just some strangers here. They just appeared right in front of me when I'm trying to read my book."
Good sir, or good spider, and speaking in Sylvan, terribly sorry about landing inside your home. Terribly sorry.
I don't think that helped, Anaran.
Oh, he seems a little bit better.
Give a spider a heart attack, you know that, right?
I am so sorry about that, good sir. Or madam, good spider.
I want to ride this thing into combat, but I'm saying it in Abyssal.
Ace is responding back. I don't think he's gonna come with us, Bell.
So,
But he
right
reads
now-
books.
right, right now, everyone is welcome to attempt a strength check to try and get themselves free from the webbing. While doing so, there's just that other voice off in the distance. Phil, what on earth is going down there? We got some visitors. Where are you from?
Material plane.
Material plane! Oh! They want some tea or something? You want some tea or something?
Tea would be lovely.
Tea would be lovely! Alright, I'll have some strung down eventually. That's my wife, Martha.
Keep the drugs out of it, though.
She sounds like a lovely, lovely lady.
Indeed.
He's requested to keep the drugs out this time. Oh. Oh, they're smart. Got it.
Yeah, I know how this goes too.
So, real quick, I'm going to go on ahead and just go through and ask everybody what they got for this strength check. So, Akira, what did you get?
I kept saying I used Produced Flame to basically burn the webbings off of me.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So, you use Produce Flame and it starts to burn the fibers of the web off of you. And it spreads. And it spreads. He just kind of scurries over and tap, 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 tap. You're free. But, whew, that was close. If that kept spreading, then all of you would be liable to fall. And that's a long drop.
They'll be fine. He says in Sylvan.
I don't know. Some of them have wings. Some of them don't. Speaking of which, there are some other Fae here. Hello. Hi. So yes, keep on going down. Bell, what was what's your solution of getting out of here?
Well, I mean, I'm not in too big a rush right now, so my strength check's 5.
5? Okay, you're still stuck. Like, I see you're comfortable. Well, that's great. Anaran, what is your plan?
How am I, like, proportioned? Like, positioning?
We'll just say that you are completely flattened out. You're on your back, your legs are spread, your arms are spread, your head is looking straight up.
Okay. Good. I rolled a 5, but I just look at the good sir. I'm gonna disappear and reappear. Please don't be shocked. Bonus action, Misty Step.
Oh, well, it's good that you're here and have a little bit of power to you, because if this were an accident, you'll be fucked.
Ugh. Mighty good webs you've made. Mighty good webs.
Oh, well, thank you. I spent a good long time on these. We're gonna have to do both Sue as well as Chase.
I rolled a 16. Sue technically rolled a 13, but I will use Flash of Genius to make hers an 18.
You both are able to just pull yourselves out after a bit of struggle.
It's a good thing Ryudo's not here. He would have fucking probably started slashing away at everything. He has a fear of spiders.
Why?
Because on the material plane, they don't talk to us, they just eat.
Barbarians!
Except for that one spider. In the caves of Zidoria. That was a nice spider.
Oh, yeah, no. They were cool. Okay, so most of them do.
Kaylee.
So, Psychic Knife appears right above her.
Okay.
And she teleports up to here.
All right. Yeah, since your your fingers would probably free enough to just kind of do a little flick. And I don't even think I need to worry about this. Careless.
Yeah, so I rolled a 13, but I'm adding Tactical Mind to get me out of that.
Okay.
So he's just gonna raise himself up slowly, put the sword back onto his back. Ugh. The last time we messed with the spiders, it was not this sticky. So sorry about landing on your web, good sir.
Phrasing!
Oh my.
He'll come over and he'll offer a hand to Bill. Come on, let's get you up.
Meanwhile,
Do I still have to make a check just with him helping me?
it's technically his strength pulling you, unless you want to assist him. Because if you just lay there doing nothing, then he's essentially just pulling dead weight. And if he just pulls strong enough,
I'm gonna try to help him, but so it'd be him making the check.
yes.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
So do I impart advantage to him for assisting, or how does that work?
That's a good question.
I will say, just for the sake of time, you can have it with advantage.
All right, let's roll another one. Yeah, I'll take that one. 23.
All right, just yoink.
You're all right, buddy.
Peachy.
Oh, you got some weapons.
You're at least your armor's at least metal.
Yeah.
This fabric, I'm never getting these goddamn webs out of it without
by the
setting this
way,
whole place on fire.
you got some webbing in your hair, buddy.
You
So
have
do you.
You have prestidigitation there, Bama.
Does
Yes.
that work on giant spider
Yes.
web?
Does it?
It
Oh,
cleans
okay.
you up. It cleans you up.
Yeah, I would say that technically works. Hey, Charles here.
Okay.
Oh, well, he's
Hey.
getting
He's
in
not
the
on the
call
call
yet.
Yeah.
So, just as you all managed to finally... Hi, Charles. So, just to give you a heads up, I only just did the synopsis. You all fell through, and you all landed into a web of a very, very, very giant spider who was absolutely terrified at the sight of all of you. But not anymore. Yeah. You've been pulled away from the web. So, speaking of web, many of you can see what appears to be some strings of web slowly descending in front of each and every one of you. That's got a decently sized teacup, and it seems to be much larger than what you're used to, probably because it's more geared towards a mouth of a giant spider. Thanks, Martha. Welcome. So, how the hell did you get here?
Fairy circle.
Fire circle. Ah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Why was it linked to your house?
I have
It wasn't.
no idea.
It wasn't. Those things, Feywild gates are known to go random places, shift every other week.
Is that how it works in the material plane? I see. Well, now then, I suppose we should continue on with the pleasantries. I should absolutely introduce myself. My name is the Yarn Spinner. Your name is Phil. Shut up. I'm putting on a show here.
Phil the yarn spinner.
Yes, the Yarn Spinner.
Welcome to meet you.
Yeah, so do not worry about the Phil part. The Yarn Spinner. Phil! What? How's the tea? It's fine. How is the tea, everybody?
I haven't drank mine yet.
It's fine.
That depends.
waited.
Is this gonna have? Do we owe you anything for the tea?
You do not have to worry about that, for I am not bound to those particular laws of the Fae, for I make the laws around here. I am the domain ruler here. The Yarn Spinner. It's Phil. The Yarn Spinner.
Yeah, but your wife made the tea, not you.
That's a good point. Darling, is there going to be any problem with them drinking the tea? No.
Aaron's just casually like, this is quite lovely.
Thank you.
He's taking it. Gareth is taking a sip too. Actually, not too bad.
So you like reading?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, it's not just reading that I enjoy. Telling stories is my passion.
So you're a storyteller, and you're the domain lord here?
Indeed.
Interesting combination.
Indeed. Well, I mean, it's a very thick forest full of all kinds of wildlife, and they often go about their days very boring. wake up, eat, sleep, you know how it is. But I like to go out amongst those that need to be a little bit more cultured and tell them all various different stories that I've picked up along the years. Various hundreds of, let me see. We were talking material plane numbers here. Yes, I do believe I've been around, at least as far as your age is concerned, probably about 300-400 years.
Ah.
Quite a long time to get some stories.
Oh, absolutely.
What?
Collecting.
Not to be too inquisitive.
Very young to be a domain lord.
Well, I try.
Not to be too inquisitive, but what part of the domain of the Feywild are we in? Its name.
I believe I wrote that down. Hold on. Phooey. I didn't. Well, I had the name and it doesn't seem to be on my notes. Well, shit. Alright, it was, let's see.
And when you're prepared,
Fable Rise.
Even when you're prepared, you're stumped by being asked for a name.
I know, right?
So, Anaran's just like writing a bunch of like tea recipes, and he goes over to the string that gave the tea, gives a little tug. This is a bunch of recipes from the material plane for tea. Have fun.
Material plane recipes? Oh, those are coveted. It just disappears rapidly into the darkness above.
Well,
You just made that woman's day, Anaran.
Well, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're kind of in the middle of a story ourselves. We're currently here to seek counsel with the Sealy Court.
Ah, the Sealy Court. Well, I have some good news and I have some bad news. Good news is that you are not too terribly far. The bad news is that you are still somewhat far. But I shall be more than happy to at least direct you on the way there, as long as you permit me to tell you a story.
Seems a reasonable request.
Why not? I mean, we did kind of stumble into your home.
Depends on the context of the story.
Well, since you are new here, I believe that it is probably better that we keep to non-fiction. I do hope you don't mind the history lesson, but it may assist you on your journey in keeping safe.
oh, history lessons in the Feywild? Yes. I've heard so little from the few Fey friends I have.
Might as well. This is new territory for a lot.
I've read a biased account.
Well, I don't know about your friends, but this is a tale that began, let's see, about 327 years, 9 months, and 12 days ago.
Woohoo!
Mathematics was not my best subject in spider school.
Oh, you're doing pretty good.
Oh, well, thank you. Let me get some music here.
More time.
And there it is. This will work. Now then. Once upon a time, here in the land of the Feywild, there was a gentle yet powerful queen who ushered in the night sky. Every evening, as the golden sun dipped beneath the trees, she would take her basket of freshly picked stars, each grown in her garden of light, and spread them across the sky. Flying from end to end like a shooting star, it is said that children across the various planes would welcome her with stories, prayers, and wishes, believing that she might grant them. With her shimmering silver cloak glistening with her favorite stars and her crown made of moonlight, she placed each star in the heavens one by one. And when all was in place, she would light the moon to bring a soft, gentle glow to the night, a safety for all travelers, fey, elf, or even human. creatures of the Feywild loved her. Her stars watched over them as they played, danced, and dreamed under her quiet, sparkling night. And no matter how dark things became, the stars reminded them that there was always light in the darkness. But one evening, the Feywild was once again prepared the ushering of the new nightfall as it always has. Only there was something amiss. The night had come, but there was not a single star in the sky. The moon had not yet been lit. It was a deep void of darkness, like an immense portal to the unknown. It was dark, quiet, more than just a little bit spooky. Fae that would once find comfort at night began to fear it, as the void continued to greet them again and again, until the storms came. The night sky began to fill with thunderous clouds full of torrential rains. Lightning flashes and rolling thunder brought a new fear to nightfall. For the drowned king, a being unknown to these lands, had claimed the Starlight Throne for himself. And as such, every night, as the sun sank away, dark clouds would roll across the sky, spilling rain that flooded the rivers and drowned the fields. Soon the once bright lands began to change. Flowers vanished under the water. Soft grassy meadows became tangled swamps. Creatures who had danced under the stars now huddled in fear as the storms grew stronger and louder. Villages and homes, once cheerful under the starlight, became surrounded by murky waters and twisting vines, creeping ever closer to the heart of the Feywild each night. Soon, what was once a singular domain of rain and rolling storms had begun to stretch out further and further across the lands, with entire domains coming under his control. Even the Seelie court began to worry. Some whispered that the drowned king's storm stretched farther each night, searching for someone or something. No one knew what had happened to the Queen of Stars or the other Archfey rulers, nor did they understand what the drowned king truly wanted. But everyone felt the darkness growing, and fear settled over the land like a shadow. While many of the Fae tried to fight back, many more were just afraid. The drowned king's power was spreading, and unlike anything they had seen, and the storms only grew fiercer as he claimed more and more of the night. Instead, the Fae huddled together, hiding behind walls and magic, trying to protect themselves and their homes. And so the nights continued, dark and stormy, with only flashes of lightning to break the endless clouds. The creatures of the Feywild waited, watching the skies and wondering if Queen Aurora would ever return, or if the drowned king's storms would one day cover all the land. Some whispered that she was hiding, biding her time. Others whispered she was lost forever, merely the first victim of many to come. But no one truly knew. And every morning or every evening, as the sky darkened and the rains began, the Feywild held its breath, hoping that one day a single star might return to the sky, looking to whatever vices and follies they could find to keep their minds from the growing dread. And the book snapshot. Well, wasn't that a fantastic and just uplifting story?
Oh, hey, Nami, it's about you.
Huh?
And about whatever fucker we need to kill.
I was thinking the same thing, honestly.
I still don't know. I still don't understand.
Okay, so long story short, Sir Whitbinner, Sir Phil. Star Maiden, Nami, lost memory, but back. Not memory though, she back.
I think I killed him.
No.
What?
And a part of the reason we're here and why we were seeking the Sealy Court.
One of many reasons.
Oh, okay, they must know. I must hurry. Wait, I can't get there in time. You can get there in time. You must tell them.
Oh, we will. Don't worry. We'll make a mention that you were a great host and that they should send an appreciation basket.
I do like that. Martha, we're probably going to get ourselves an appreciation basket.
Can you ask for more cheese?
Can you probably request more cheese?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Excellent.
Actually, hold up.
I had no idea that you spiders like cheese.
Takes out his bag of colding. One moment, I'm pretty sure we have. Pulls out an entire wheel of cheese. Cheese!
Hold
up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Lady
Again.
Martha, here's its wheel of cheese.
Setting up cheese! No, it just sticks to the string and just gets yanked up rapidly like, oh, material plane cheese. Save some for me!
I'm guessing our common food is extreme rarity delicacies for them here.
That's the thing. Since you are for the material plane, think of it this way. Think of what is magical and fantastic to you. That's commonplace here. What is normal and average for you is magical to us.
So reverse mirror. Interesting.
Our fairy tales are their mortal tales.
Precisely. Well, since I have no idea what on earth you ordeal to get here, but you're welcome to stay here for as long as you need to rest up and get yourselves ready. And since this absolutely must get out, just tell me when and I'll take you out and I'll introduce you to the land that's sprawled out before you. I must warn you, though, that some of those rains that I mentioned have touched a little bit here, and just be careful.
You know, Anaran, if we had information about this ahead of time, you know what would have been good? A folding boat.
Boat would have been great.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay.
Anyone else feel, I don't know, more energized?
Yes. Mention it.
More potent?
Now that you mention it, I do feel a little bit strange.
Yep, those scents that you smelled on the way down and through that portal still remains. The air is not just air, it's just filled with your favorite smells, just like before. Just the very area here is just filled with all kinds of energy that, just imagine constantly feeling like that you've had a good cup of coffee or an energy drink, but without the jitters. You're just alert, awake, active.
Anything different about those of us that have the Fey-touched feet?
That I have actually been thinking about, and I figured that the absolute most best way I can think of something like that is that some of you don't have that, and some of you do. So when it comes to certain types of Fey that are a little bit more on the unsavory side, those of you that are Fey-touched will very less likely be targeted for nefarious things because they will see you as one of their own, as opposed to some of you that are not Fey-touched, and therefore they see you as lunch.
Alright. I don't know. I'll just say that Anaran's hair, despite it being curled, has an almost leafy like appearance.
Oh, if you're talking about like that kind of stuff, okay, then I didn't really think about how best to describe anything like this. So I will say that if you are Fey-touched yourself, your features are just accented. So think of it as like whatever, like your hair, for example, the best hair day you've ever had. It almost glows a little bit in the darkness. Your, as you say, if wood elf, you've got some leaves, maybe a little bit of a patch of a bark here or there. Just something that just amplifies what you are. If you want to come up with something for yourself, you're more than welcome to.
Yep, nope, that's fine. Well, should we... you all wanted to have a chat with very specific beings. Should we do that while we're here, while it's still semi-secure?
Yeah, we did. Some of us did take a bit of a beating taking care of Bicus. Probably should rest. Should rest here before heading out if it is dangerous, as Phil says.
Guard spinner.
So, yes. So, I believe we should rest, and while we're doing that, I think it's probably best to get that out of the way. And you were correct.
If you need a place to rest your heads for a little bit, there is a spot right behind you, that very purpley glowing spot over there. That is actually where I keep a lot of my books and trinkets. You're welcome to use that if you need something a little bit more solid to stand on. I know not all of you are capable of walking on web as easily as somebody of my kind, or be capable of flight. So feel free to use it as you see fit.
We thank you for your hospitality.
Of course.
Careless. He did say he doesn't follow the rules, but be careful with that word.
Yeah, I know. Just
no, not I know.
Jace,
be careful.
Jace. He's looking at him. I got it.
Sometimes you don't.
If you got it, let him be.
I understand what you're trying to do, and you're absolutely right. There are going to be some Fae that will take your words very literally.
Need to start practicing now, but yes, since we're probably going to have some time, sure a couple of us will fill in our portions of our own tale for you. Sure you would love that.
That would absolutely be wonderful. A new tale to tell. If you do not mind, I will be right here with my book, finishing up these last few chapters. Feel free to take the time that you need.
I'm guessing it's just glitched for me because it shows Anaran is still flat on his ass.
I think it's glitched for you, yeah.
Yeah, he's standing up on my end.
Fair enough. It'll fix itself eventually.
So, I will place Theo and Tsunami and Finian. Finian looks a little on the nervous side, so he immediately just breaks out his violin and just starts playing a very comforting tune for everyone, if not mostly for himself.
You can relax, my friend. You're with us.
Yes, of course, I'm with you, and I'm here. I can't believe I'm here again.
He left home for a reason. Let him be nervous.
So,
Bell and Akira, if y'all are wanting to join in these Shower on Wrath talk, please join us. Otherwise, you can do whatever you want.
I'm still waiting for adventure to begin.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, wow, really?
You might need to reconnect.
Been trying to say something.
Apologies.
Used to it.
If it's telling you that that you still are waiting on the adventure, you're just gonna have to reset Tailspire entirely, because I got that last weekend.
Yeah, I kept on hitting summon players to board.
Which is weird because it says like Kira's here.
that's gonna give me time to grab this.
Yeah. Any fairy you need, Kagato, are already linked.
Yeah. Tell you what, we'll go on ahead and I'll go into that room and start getting it ready. If I can... That's right, I put it into... There it is. Okay, so the figures are still there. I just need to hide them for now. And then there's the figure that you'll be putting in for yourself.
You could just put them in there. Make one invisible. Actually, yeah, make one invisible, and I'll be... actually, I'll just tell you in DMs.
If I put you in there, you'll disappear from the other scene.
No. It's a different fig entirely.
Oh, okay. Then I don't have you in then. All right. Yeah. I know the ones that we talked about.
Yeah, those. Let that one be the invisible one, and then let the other one be the visible one.
Okay. In front or behind the tree?
On the chair.
On the chair. Okay. So they're both on the chair. One is invisible, one is not.
That'll be it.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and give permission to them to you, since these are the representation of your mind. So there you go. Now you have control over both. And where would you like Soraya placed?
Also in the treed area.
Okay.
Oh, that's something I needed to do. I need to buy the new fig I made for her.
Okay. Well, for right now, I'll put in the old one, and I'll change it to the new one once it arrives.
Gotcha.
Okay, and you also have control of Soraya. Okay. So now, that being said, I'm going to head back to the map we were just on, so we can now do the roleplay into the transition. And I'll try and summon Akira just in case. Akira, it shows that you are in the room and active on my end. Is it currently loaded for you?
He's moving, so I'm guessing it's working.
Well, I want to hear it from him.
Yep, I'm fine.
Okay. So, I now pass it back on to all of you now that everything is fixed with that, and we can now begin the transition.
So, Anaran will just sit down and start to go into a meditation where his chest is barely moving.
So, are we doing this similar to Raven, or what's going on here, Anaran?
Sorrow, invite them, would you please?
All right. So, Kaylee, you find yourself being almost as if called to in order to link everyone up together.
Let's get this over and done with.
right. So, Sorrow reaches out to Kaylee, who then reaches out to everyone else. Although we will not be bringing in Tsunami, Finian, or Fio. It'll just be the main party. Let me get to the room. All right. So, Chase, Evelyn, Kaylee, Kira, and then, of course, Anaran is doing the other side. All right. So, after a moment, everyone's minds blank. It's very similar to what has happened in previous incidents, though this one being as grand of a scale as it is, the closest that could be compared to would be Thornic. It's not exactly new to you. You feel as though that your body is physically there, although you also know that that's not quite the case. The room is a small chamber, one lit up with red, the other side lit up with blue, with some trees up along the following pathway that seem tightly closed up together.
Everyone, this is Anaran's mind.
Great, time to be bored to death.
So, as you get towards the center, that is when first the door to everyone's left opens up, and out steps Wrath. He first, once stepping through, stops and gazes upon you, but says nothing except a few grunts as he comes a bit closer. And then on the other side, the doors open, and out comes Sorrow. And hold on, there we go. And as soon as he steps out, almost in everyone's minds, it's almost as if a tune begins to play. Well, I was hoping that this would have been done much sooner before we arrived here, but at the very least, we're not too far deep.
Jeez, our preparations took a little longer than I thought.
That's fine, that's fine. Better late than never, I suppose. Though I do hate waiting. So, this was something that you all have wanted for some time, so I suppose we should get to it then. Before the Feywild begins to have its influence on Wrath and myself, I would suggest that we keep things straight to the point. I'm hearing a little bit of a background. Oh, Bun, did you turn the fan on?
Ah, shit. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's fine.
Later on, if you permit me, I can show you how to go in and turn on noise cancellation, so you don't have to worry about that ever again.
On Discord?
On the actual microphone.
Oh, on Elgato. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the microphone is always going to have a better capability than Discord will.
Yeah.
Discord is for if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, but it'll take me. I'll have to actually physically go over there and help you out with that if you want. But right now, we will begin. So as Sorrow gazes upon all of you, Wrath doing the same. Though it appears that Wrath is not one for actual words, he just snarls and grunts at the lot of you, though not in an intense way, not in a way that shows any discourse or hatred. Sorrow, however, just looks more tired and annoyed than anything.
So, I know what your job is, but what is your intentions with Anaran?
Love? Well, fancy that meeting. See, if you remember the frog, he somehow stumbled upon our existence, but misunderstood what we were and assumed that he could weaponize us. Emotion is the cause of a lot of action, after all. So using shame as his test subject, the one you call Agatha, he believed that he could repeatedly break her to the point of creating monstrosities. All it did was call to us, loudly. We intended to enter shame, eat, and leave. Instead, because of you and yours being there, we were transferred into love by accident. As we were not prepared for the mess in his head, our ability to leave has been greatly delayed. So, while we're here, we figured we'd make the most of it. Try and tidy up the place. As messy as it is, almost like a hurricane is constantly going through. And then, once we are strong enough, we'll be able to finally depart.
So that was the next question. Do you eventually plan to leave him?
One day, indeed. He does seem to attract a lot of food for us, though.
Don't let yourself get too distracted by the buffet that you lose your way out.
Well, that is indeed our entire purpose. See, Wrath and myself, we gorge on that emotion. The entire point is to consume it all.
Task that will never end as long as humanity exists.
I know.
Kaylee just walks up to him and she's like, "You're serious, right?
Whether I'm
You have to be
serious,
joking."
I assure you, joking is not exactly something that is on my docket of skills.
You don't want to exist anymore, do you? But you can't do that until you fulfill your purpose.
See, feline is clever. Unfortunately, that's an impossible task, at least right now. As long as humanity continues to feel pain, then there will always be need of me. As long as humanity continues to feel wrath, then there will always be need of him. Just like our other brothers and sisters, there will always be need of us, despite our desire for it to all end.
Wrong.
Oh?
There is no need for you.
The
I'm just gonna
gods
say
thought
this.
so.
Consuming wrath, consuming sadness, consuming negative emotion doesn't help. It doesn't fix the problem. What you're doing isn't fixing the problem, it's just putting a band-aid on it.
It's not their call, Haley.
Oh.
This is their job, their purpose for existence. They can't stop if they wanted to.
You actually both have the right of it. It is our job. But it is the job that has been given to us by our creators. Because they were the ones who believed that it must be consumed. For me, it was Torm and Ilmater. For him, it was Tyr and Sarenrae.
Wow.
Sarenrae had a hand in creating
Every god is stupid.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
And so you're beginning to understand.
Wow. Immortals gods are fucking horrendous for doing this.
I personally do not follow Ilmater, but the other guy does, and I've had to listen to enough sermons to know that. What the hell was he drunk on to be involved in this?
One too many tankards, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern.
Sales pitch is always much better than reality. Okay.
As long as people
Oh.
feel better. And yet, I believe the little rabbit said it best. All it is just a bandage.
I wouldn't call it completely.
No, well, Akira was first. He was talking first. Let him go.
It's actually causing more of a problem than a band-aid. It's causing a lot more of an issue in the future.
Indeed. Indeed it does. Though, that does mean that I'm at least never going to go hungry.
As I said, if it was your wish, you would starve yourself to death.
Perhaps. What do you think?
I do feel that the emotions you embody can be problematic, but I've in my own life learned to harness them, use them as fuel for other things, so I can see the merit in what everyone says. This is folly of the gods, as it were.
Indeed. Many a folly. They are indeed, after all, very similar to humanity. And that is also why I can't help but want to see Bacchus's plan fail.
Really?
Indeed.
If you want the cruel truth, I'm pretty sure you two are unintentionally contributing to that plan.
Contributing? Please,
Well,
I would love to hear this.
Well, first and foremost, on the surface, your existence seems fine on paper. In light touches, moderation, taking the worst of the edge off the pain, but the reality of how that shakes up is most people do not act until they've been pushed to their limit, until the consequence for not acting is certain death. What you are doing accidentally, what the gods have instilled you to do accidentally, is make people content with a bullshit situation. It makes them far less likely to act against this, the system if they have a coping mechanism.
So, as you explain that, Wrath actually seemingly pulls a weapon and just slams it angrily on the ground and growls at you. Now, Wrath. Calm yourself. He's saying that is not true. That he is not the cause. He is trying to help. It's the unfortunate side of humans themselves. Humanity themselves. They are the ones that continue the cycle when all we are doing is just doing our jobs. Trying to do what the gods wanted us to do from the start and heal the wounds, calm the rage, even if we still know that it will just keep going and going.
I think you two would have a place after the crisis has passed to help soothe it, but during one, I think ultimately you make people you make people too comfortable.
Complacent.
Complacent, yes, that's the word, thank you.
Don't mean to interrupt, but Soraya V2 is now linked.
Cool, thank you.
Like, it's not your fault, that's how it shakes up if you're active during this time. Your role should be one of soothing the pain after the problem has passed.
There it is.
Plus, you two haven't been adverse to stirring up trouble.
Stirring up trouble ourselves?
Remember when we found out a certain crow was still alive?
This is now the DM talking. A crow still alive. Can you help me out with that? Crowley. Okay.
Yeah, she's mentioning the time when they went back to the Sanguine Sea after they had found out that Crowley was still alive, and we had brought him to the Temple of Ilmater.
All right, and
when we came back, Anaran used his dermatology to basically shout out that Belle had revived him.
Oh yes, about that. That's actually a really interesting thing you bring out, because the gods are disappointed in and deride Raven for how he reacts to bad people, but you two basically reacted the exact same way he would have.
Well,
But you were created specifically for that?
hold on. You're assigning blame to them completely.
I'm assigning blame to the gods. Like, I'm asking why would the gods create them to do something that they condemn the other guy for.
Okay. So, Kaylee is assigning blame to them for Anaran making the announcement. Was that your influence? Or was that Anaran?
Shit, that did happen.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot about that part.
Mm-hmm.
So give me one moment here, since at that time he was in control. Asking privately. This was before I had control of Sorrow and Wrath myself. So to fill in the gap, I'll say, never mind, I don't have to do anything. So he reaches up and strokes his chin. I think the best way to explain that would possibly be that there was definitely a large amount of rage coming from love. Though, we as the observers that we are, perhaps a little bit of wrath did leak out at that moment. Not intentionally, I assure you.
See.
And we come to the crux of what I wanted to talk about. I am sick and tired of you guys constantly taking control of Anaran.
You believe that we are taking control?
I can't tell between Anaran himself or you both leaking out to the point where he, and she points to Wrath, takes over and completely transforms him. Then how can I trust you? How can I believe anything what you guys are saying?
Trust is something that I understand it has to be earned. That's how it is when it comes to mortals and humanity. But I will say, whether you trust my word or not, I will say as such, we have love's best interest in mind. We absolutely believe that your quest to stop Bicus is one that must be done. We also want Raven to be saved. What happens in between, happens in between. But we are on your side, whether you choose to believe it or not.
Oh, explain to us what happened on that island, please.
Oh, you mean when when True Blood fought against Wrath? Is that the island you speak?
Yes. That is what Kaylee is referring to, the transformation. What happened there?
So, Wrath actually takes over this moment and speaks as if he's trying to convey how he was feeling at the time, but once more it comes out as just a bunch of growls and grunts, unable to actually formulate a proper sentence. Allow me to once again translate. I'm afraid that he is not capable of normal speech, except for maybe the occasional word. But while we are here, I do believe that perhaps we are influenced by Love himself in some ways. Though Wrath especially, he seems to be one that is, how best to describe this? A warrior of justice? No, perhaps not. But there was definitely a dishonor in that day that really resonated with him. And he absolutely needed to get a little bit of his frustrations out.
So the faster method was to let Wrath take over, than to let Anaran try and vent himself.
Yes, I suppose that's a good way of putting it. Better to let it all out at once rather than it festering inside. I should know.
We need to find a way to focus his anger. I see. We need to find the reason behind the long night, then. The reason behind his pain.
I must also point out that it wasn't exactly entirely Wrath's doing, because, after all, it was the idea of another. While he did go through with it, it was his love. The tiefling. Horror, I do believe that you know her as. Or Nahiri? It was actually at her behest. Wrath was just all too happy to oblige.
I see. So, this is not going to become a problem mid-fight. Or any other time. Just, this is a one-time thing, potentially.
Well, I don't suppose it'll be a problem for me. I have full control over myself. Wrath, however, he sometimes can't control himself when something is absolutely infuriating, but as long as love is able to suppress all that wrath that is built up, and the fact that we are here in the Feywild, I don't see it being too much of a problem, lest it's made to become our problem.
I have more to ask, but I've been talking a lot, so I'll let somebody else go for a second. Unless nobody has any questions or comments right now.
You keep mentioning love. If I'm to be corrected, you and Wrath are balance out the negative emotions. What's the purpose for love then?
Oh, come now, Bucket Boy. You should know that love is Anaran. He is our host.
Just making sure that there are not emotion eaters all over for positive emotions.
We do have brothers and sisters out there for all kinds of emotions to be feasted upon, though the chances of running into any of them is extremely slim to none. After all, we were only brought forward because we were summoned by shame. Or rather, Frog's experiments upon her. We should have been gone. We should have been gone after that. Oh, how things get even more and more irritating as time goes on.
Then I only have one question. What's it gonna take to get you two out of here?
Well, as long as we have the time and means to clean up this absolute pigsty of a brain that love has with the mess, the constant mess, I believe that once that is taken care of, we'll finally be able to have the means to leave. But He doesn't make it very easy.
No, it doesn't make it easy for us either.
I know. I know your heart is in the right place, little rabbit. But all I can do is give you a little cheering on.
So, why does Soraya have to fight Wrath all the time?
Well, Wrath, do you mind explaining? Once more, followed by several grunts. Well, that actually does make perfect sense now, does it? Because Wrath doesn't really have that much of an opportunity to get out much compared to myself. You and Love, you all seem to be surrounding yourself in much sadness and hatred, more so the former than the latter. He needs to exert himself a little bit, and who better than somebody else that's here that can deal with that?
All right.
If it means anything to you, I can assure you that her skills have certainly improved while she's been in here. Assuming that she can even help.
That remains to be seen. So, as I said before, Anaran trusts you. So until you give me a reason otherwise, I'll trust you.
Wonderful.
But I do not speak for the party. You will have to earn their trust separately.
As expected, as what was once mentioned about being earned and such on and so forth. Well, I'm not exactly one to try and exert myself for that. I just tell you as it is, and you take it as you need. So, Feline, you certainly had quite a lot to say. What of the rest of you? Let's see. Bucket Boy doesn't really usually have much to say. True Blood, any other words of wisdom that you need to bestow upon us?
I'm assuming I'm True Blood.
I'm certainly going to not call you Ding-a-ling Bell.
But Love seems to love invoking my name for, though he hasn't done that in a while, for that one spell. I assume, though I'm not sure I appreciate the mockery, the mocking tone with my words of wisdom, as you put it.
Well, I do so greatly apologize. Please, bestow upon me any further wisdom that you might have.
You know, I'd hoped you'd have mellowed out somewhat after the fight, but I suppose I'm just going to have to kick the shit out of you in the next time, because that will be happening again after this conversation.
That was Wrath. I had absolutely nothing to do with that, nor do I want to.
Should I? Have you given me a particularly compelling reason to put a distinction between you?
I mean, I suppose if you want to see us both as the same, despite the fact that we are quite literally opposite. I'm not even going to bother.
The only distinction is you Same. I mean, it's the same coin. The only distinction's which side of it you're on.
Unless that coin is heads on both sides, then I think your whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, well, Kaylee didn't make Anaran's brain, so that coin isn't double-sided. Yes, rogues cheat too.
So
You shush.
So
then I'm not playing cards with you.
seeming to want to just move on, he then takes a look over towards Evelyn. So what of you, noble? You've been quiet this whole time. Oh, you're awfully quiet a lot of the time. Surely you must have something on your mind.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing you two, so it kind of surprised. Like, kind of similar to when I first met Soraya.
What about me?
Ah, she emerges.
Yeah, well...
Hey, son, been a while.
yeah, sorry about that. Keeping that big lug over there even remotely bit entertained takes a lot out of me.
Once more, just kind of slams a couple of weapons together with a nice clang, grunting further.
We'll get back to your typical sparring matches after this.
Heck, please calm yourself, Wrath.
So, sorry we don't get to talk very much.
My, this is the first time in a while that they've seen you. I was expecting maybe a group hug.
Can it?
It's not necessarily for the mushy stuff often.
Yeah, well. You guys are here, and I found later on that these two happen to be a fucking buttload of knowledge. You're gonna be in the Feywild. I've never been there. So. These two, on the other hand, and she just kind of turns to Sorrow. Can't help it over here. Every time you cackle when you hear the prince's title.
You mean the Prince of Frost?
Yeah.
Oh my, you caught me.
Sorrow may be a suicidally depressive asshole, but he knows that man better than anyone. Almost as good as that. He knows him almost as well as, well, his parents. If
You
you're gonna
mean-
talk... Oh,
Nope, go
I was
ahead.
gonna, I was gonna clarify Titania and Oberon, right?
yeah. I've only ever heard about them, but I've tend to overhear Sorrow talking about a few parties he's been to, hosted by them. These two are fucking celebrities there. For every reason you hate them. Despite how much they hate being there.
Alright, well, I will get to the question I have for you, Sarai, in a moment, since this has been brought up.
Sure.
The Prince, Oberon, Titania. What do you know? What are we walking into?
Are you... Okay, you're adjusting that to...
Sorrow, yeah.
Okay. Well, I suppose that I can offer some information for you. Titania, Oberon, of course, they are the leaders of the Sealy Court, Titania especially, they do often throw several events and parties and such, though they aren't exactly like other Fae, not in the means that they are different because they are Archfey, but more in the means that they have a little bit more self-control. Though that's not exactly much compared to other Fae. Emotions run high when it comes to the Feywild. That's why it's a delicacy for one, and yet almost fermented on another. So of course it's wonderful, and yet also a little... Sometimes it's hard to say no.
You intoxicate yourself on the emotions these parties bring, don't you?
That is why that I can't really say much in regards to being further assistance. Because as soon as you are deep within the Feywild, especially in the Sealy Court, oh, there will be very, very delicious goods around. Now, as far as they are individually, you're going to find that Titania, as I have mentioned, is a little bit more restrained. Not exactly a party girl, but she is a lover of fun and games still. So I would recommend that you do go to her with big smiles and warmth in your hearts, and perhaps put on a nice show for her. Otherwise, she might not even look in your direction. Oberon, King of Beasts. He loves the hunt. You might get in good with him if you enjoy a nice little rousing hunt for some beasts out there. Though, this is the Feywild. You're not going to be hunting your everyday bear or boar. And then there is the prince. Oh, you won't find him there. The Prince of Frost has moved on from the Sealy Court, become the leader of his own domain. Good luck even trying to do anything with him. He absolutely hates mortals. Bucket Boy, you're fucked.
Maybe. But some of us can remain a little optimistic. The name of the domain. What is it exactly?
The Domain of Frost, of course.
Obvious answer.
We'll look into that when we get to the Sealy Court, Carolus.
I know. I'm just getting information.
The Sealies are generally... I'm not going to say good, more so they can be more helpful than others compared to what you can find in the Feywild. Just as long as you get on their good side, then they'll likely be more willing to help you, but waver for just an instant and they will eat you up and spit you out.
Anything else you can tell us?
Well, I could tell you that there are more to the Sealy Court than just those two, though they're a little bit less influential. Only by just a bit. I would say that out of all of them, keep an eye on Veranestra. Especially you. And he just looks right at Carolus.
Why me specifically?
You'll find out. It's best that you learn rather than being told, because apparently being told is usually enough.
Okay. Yeah. And this time I think I agree with you. Experience is going to be better than just talk.
Being told the answers over and over, right?
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that name has stuck so long? Buckets. They ring loudly, but are hollow on the inside.
That indicates that that would be a better name for you, but okay.
Oh, jokes. Sticks and stones. Now, what about you, coward? He's looking over here, looking right at Akira.
Howard. Explain.
You are still running from yourself, are you not? Of course you are.
Not really.
If you say so. Still, though, the floor is yours. If you have anything to ask, now's the time.
I don't. Just don't become something for Anaran. These guys might care. I have no problem cutting him down if he becomes a problem.
Ah, yes. We've heard that before. Not just towards Anaran. Let me see. Is there anyone else that wished to take up more of our time? Tick-tock, tick-tock.
I wouldn't say we're taking up your time, considering right now you have all the time in the world.
But do you?
Now that is a more fair statement. We're taking up our own time, yes. But I'll let Kaylee start with talking to Soraya, but we do have one other person we should ask a few questions before going.
Kaylee's just checking Soraya over, making sure that she's okay.
Yes, my boobs are still as big. They're fine.
She's like, shut up.
I'm alright. Don't worry. It takes a lot to kill me. And these two are very surprisingly avoidant of trying that. You should see how many times Sorrow has to suddenly restrain Wrath when he's in a fucking rampage. They don't want
as long as you're okay.
I'm fine. Despite how much of a prick Sorrow can be.
Sticks and
They
stones.
genuinely... Oh, I know, you rimical... Either way, they really do want to make sure that everyone gets out of this alive. Despite his goal of wanting to die, he doesn't want to die by Bicus' terms.
Of course, you have to go and let that out. Aww.
It should be obvious when you're saying you want them to succeed.
Not the Bicus part, the me dying part. Oh, now they know my horrible secret.
I think it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, it was incredibly obvious.
I'm terribly hurt.
You're many things, but you're a good actor you are not. That being said, Soraya, since the island was brought up, I caught a little slip from Anaran's lips in regards to that cult name. What's this about your beloved?
She kind of just takes a breath and knocks her head against a pillar.
As she does that, both Sorrow and Wrath seemingly get a little bit closer, and a little influence from Anaran seems to hit them both as they both appear to have a bucket of popcorn.
How did you two? You know what? No, you were built by the gods. This is. Wow, you were built by the non-mortal ascended gods.
Please continue.
Shut up, you. The point is, Varric is my husband. I guess you didn't take my death very well.
That's why they want Anaran.
That's why they want me. Anaran is just an obstacle. You know, Shadar Kai typically get revived by Mother when they do their task. I got revived as Anaran, so clearly I got a new task. Bait out my husband.
Don't think it's all that, but... Go ahead, bud.
I was gonna be like, heck no! Heck no, you're not!
What? What are you talking about, sweetie?
Well, why would you need to be used as bait when we're just gonna go directly to him and kick his ass?
Because if he's under Vecna's direction, my husband is a very strong, I wouldn't say strong-willed, but he's definitely a very... She's like him, and she just points over at Akira. Very strong personality when he wants to use it. Though more like her, and she looks over at Evelyn. More of a sorcerer. He got really close to me. We were lovers. And we were the only ones really had with each other. Not really well liked. By my siblings. Most of them, at least. All 40,000 of them?
They all have shit taste.
Yeah, well, they're all... We already were revived at one point in time just to become Shadar Kai, so, you know, part of us is kind of gone. Either way, I know Varric. Whenever he got depressed, he kind of hid himself away. So he kind of showed me the hiding spot, so I knew where to look. And it was bait, unless I was there to pull him out, it was basically impossible to get him to come out. So him knowing that I'm back, it'll be enough to start making him crawl out of his hidey hole, wherever it is. It just pisses me off, okay? An ectoplasmic pirate shithead shows up, makes this really god-awful fucking deal of, oh, don't do anything, and we won't blah blah blah. It's like, honestly, I've heard undead liches make way better agreements than that. Ugh, that guy really does not do well with persuasive. Definitely was an asshole who took. Besides, gotta kill him. And I want to rip that other one apart myself.
Other one?
The Shadarkai woman, Elraya, I think? Doesn't matter, I'm going to take her and rip her in two.
Oh, we'll get to that. Don't worry. We'll let you get all the ripping in.
I have already worked it out with Anaran. He's gonna let me be in control for that fight. And I get to just go all out for once. Like Zoro said, I am getting better. I'm not just sitting here and letting my muscles go to waste.
That means that we're gonna have to hopefully be able to see that ahead of time so we know to be prepped for not having Anaran around to bail our asses out.
Yeah. We'll figure something out.
Okay. Okay. I personally been given enough to stew about for a while, but if anybody else has any more questions for any of our people, or if a certain Love wants to come and talk, well, he'll just talk to us when we get back out. Never mind.
I was gonna say, don't bother.
He's comfortable. I gotcha.
No,
Mm.
he doesn't want anyone to see him like this. Not in his mind.
Fair.
After all, Nahiri wanted him to be reliable and strong and capable, so he refuses to let himself be seen as anything else.
Well, let's strive for the day one day that we get to see the real him then.
As I said, the maelstrom never ends.
And it's not exactly these two's fault. They are actually trying to pick this place back fucking together again. This place, and she kind of just gestures, didn't even exist. They heard you two wanted to talk, and they cleared this entire area of the maelstrom out.
I actually had to
Something-
exert myself and put all these stones together piece by piece. Oh, such hard work.
The DM
Besides, I'm-
saying. The DM saying through sorrow. I had to do.
No. Kagato didn't have to do this.
Oh, that's right. You made it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine would have been. Mine probably wouldn't have looked like this.
Mm-hmm. I wanted it to be special for all three of them.
Yeah, this is better than what I would have come up with.
But Soraya will look at all of you strangely like, you guys don't hear that, do you? I'm just kind of surprised.
Hear what?
The screams? Wait, Sorrow, are you blocking that out?
Oh, well, if we were going to have a nice conversation, we wouldn't want any distractions now, would we? Fine. And that is where everything changes as far as what you all can hear. You don't hear a calm little melody. You hear what sounds like constant pain, torture, and agony reverberating off of all of the walls. You see, this isn't exactly good atmosphere to talk under, but I guess they should probably know.
Is what I was expecting of somebody suffering from PTSD. There it is.
Yeah, it's been like this. Ever since I woke up. So.
You learned to tune it out, actually.
It's hard to tune out the screams of children, Sorrow.
Oh, yes, they can be very loud, can't they?
You immortal prick.
Sticks and stones.
Anyway. I'll let him know that everything... Well, actually, I've been paying attention, but he broke any of his invisible rules. Focus on the Feywild. I know Anaran's got a plan. It's one of the stupidest plans I've ever heard from him, but might just work here.
We're gonna have to see.
Well, yeah, you will. My only term of advice is to get good with as many of the Archfey as possible. Even Anaran's not certain that he will be able to convince the prince to give back Lasley. So you're going to need as many people in high positions of power.
I have all the answers I want to have.
Well, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I believe we're about done here.
Well,
Last chance, everyone.
going once. Going twice. Well then, I suppose that this has now brought this little discussion to a close. When you get back, do tell Starlight hello. And when you get completely back, I certainly hope that Idiot and Birdie are getting along with each other. And he
Oh yeah, he inherited those nicknames by Anaran, by the way. These two... Oi! Flaming Wings, get the fuck out of here. Go home. Shoo.
just points at his eyes and points at Soraya.
I'll be there in a couple fucking minutes.
You deal with that every single day?
He's actually kind of like a sweetheart. Like, actually, when he's really calm, he's like a guard dog. It's actually kind of sweet to see him like that. He just gets pissed off so easily.
Oh, so he's trigger happy. Makes sense.
Yeah, well... What they didn't tell you is that these things, they've been here from the fucking start. They're older than me. They're older than the Raven Queen. They're older than Chesarak. They're old. They've seen everything. That's what I got to learn about them anyway. You know what? You two are in the you all are in the Feywild. Go. There's a lot to happen. Give Nami my regards, a hug or two. And assuming the flaming asshole Wrath, or guard dog, is drunk and asleep, I might be able to show up more.
Think we'd like that. Take care of yourself, Sarai.
I'm dead. There's nothing I need to take care of myself for.
Fair point.
Point still stands.
If you want, I can tell you my morning makeup routine. It takes about an hour.
Alright. Yeah, we're done here. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. And be careful. I have a reason to believe that if Varric is working with your grandfather, Chase, if he is, I'd just be wary. I don't know how much control Vecna has over my Varric, but I do know that if Varric even gets a chance, or any of his puppets get a chance, they might strip your grandfather of more resources. Personally. I can't imagine they like each other too much.
I'm prepared for whatever has to happen. Here. I'll do what I must.
Alright.
Let's go, everyone. We need to get some rest before we head out. There's a storm brewing, apparently.
All right. So even though you all make your way towards the theoretical door, this is also when the connection drops. And suddenly you will all find yourselves back in that room. And that room I need to open up. Here it is.
And Charles falls into the void of Anaran's mind, forever lost.
The tradition continues.
I'm gonna suggest bathroom break.
Yeah, this is a perfect time for a break, everyone. So let me put us on Be Right Back for the stream. 5-minute break.
And now Aaron will forever.
I'm here.
Thank you, Bun. We know you are here from the last 2.2 seconds that we've been speaking.
That's fine. That's Sky, myself, Naraku.
I am not here.
There's Charles. Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm here.
Shut up, Kagato.
I'm not here emotionally.
That's fair. So we're just waiting on the two. Well, Ren may be here, but he tends to be silent most of the time, so he can just indicate to me however he wants.
There was still probably more information they could have said, but oh well.
I didn't want to jump out everything. I wanted the questions to be asked.
No, it's fine. We can potentially find out stuff later. This is probably not the last time we're going to interact with them. Just this is the first time we've gotten a true face-to-face with most of the party. So,
and it was a lot of info. I don't think we needed any more than what we got anyway.
Why are you telling me to fight something that's level 30, game? I'm level 23. Well, actually, it's a 7-level difference. That might be okay.
Are you playing?
I think Belgard.
Yep.
Look, Naku, what you need to do is fight something that is level 40 instead.
No.
Yeah.
I've tried that. It would probably take me 3 hours for one fight.
it still says that you can win.
Yeah, but I don't have the patience for 3 hours.
That is fair.
Like, that's the whole reason I still have yet to really finish Metaphor, because the last fucking boss fight was taking me fucking almost 2 hours before I decided to say fuck it.
So they pulled a Persona 3 route.
No, they pulled a Persona 4. Because, to represent this, I have never beaten Izanami. I have always gotten to her, but I have never beaten her.
Oh.
I have beaten 3. I have beaten 5. I have never beaten 4. I consider Izanami the hardest boss in the Persona series.
I'm gonna be honest. When I first saw someone do a complete playthrough it, I completely forgot about the entire fight and thought, oh hey, all you need to do is just use this instant kill move.
Honestly, I think it's just because Persona 4 was my favorite. I played it numerous times that Izanami was not one that I worried about. Yeah, because I think I played it like 4 times compared to Persona 3, which I played once. Persona 5 that I played once. So, yeah.
Yeah, like, I've played Persona 3 technically twice because of the updated game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be honest, Persona 5 is like the easiest out of Persona games.
I
It's not hard to level up in that game.
They
Because
made
it
it
gives you
more
so many quality of
accessible.
life improvements to make it better to play. It's like, okay, you want all this to make it a little bit easier for you and your party. You want to swap out your party members if your party that you have is not doing well against his boss. Go right ahead. 3 and 4 did not have that.
And also unlike 3 and 4, Shadow Yukiko.
Yeah,
That was more vanilla Persona 4 though. Golden gave her ice weakness back.
No, but Shadow Yukiko was that initial wall.
Well, every SMT game kind of has that.
This is about Metaphor Kagato. If you want that ability to change out your archetypes on the fly, get healer to level 10.
Oh, I got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot about it. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw that. Okay, so you did do that one.
Yeah,
that is so good.
It happened off screen because when I heard the trick of, just get mage and just go around and just grind up the small enemies for 1 MP per kill, I was able to refill MP in 20 minutes. And at that point, I was like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to take these items that I have that boost up all these other classes and start doing that. And then healer hit 10. And then I got that. I'm like, oh, Great. So now I have that ability, and I have boosted up archetypes now. So when I play that, it'll be in the same point that I left off, only we will now have it being on the same day, but my HP and MP are maxed out, and we have stronger archetypes.
Yeah,
Also, first aid from Polkenbirds from the night. So good early healing out of combat. It heals for well over 100 for 2 MP each.
Oh, nice. I did not know that.
Yes. It is out of combat only, but it heals for a lot.
I'm gonna use that unless the auto heal uses that.
Potentially.
It might. I've never noticed, to be honest, I've never noticed an MP drop using the auto heal.
It might be using items then.
Yeah, doesn't Persona 5 use that same kind of system?
Yeah, but
Auto heal.
But it uses the healing skills, and we could definitely see an MP drop from that. I'll take a look at it, or I'll look online and see what it draws from.
Maybe I'm thinking 3, because I know 3 uses items for auto heal.
Oh, hey, I'm just gonna do another quick check to see if Bell and who else was missing? Oh, Bell.
There he is. There's Beryl.
I'm here.
We don't know if Bren is back.
If you are back, Ren, give us some kind of signal, and then we'll move on. He's back. Oh, he never left. He's been here. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
And we're good to start.
Okay, so let us now begin. So let me music. All right. So allow me to paint the scene as you all are disconnected from Anaran's mind. Each one of you gradually open your eyes as the light of this room begins to give you your vision, allowing you to see that Phil, the yarn spinner, has no sense of personal space and has encroached upon all of you, looking in to see what the hell is going on.
Oh. Yes, Phil, we're fine, thank you.
Hey! They're awake. I thought you were dead.
No.
No?
Well, you were all just standing around here not doing anything, barely breathing, although I was just looking at the one in the red. I got a little bit worried, so I kind of came over here and, you could have asked us. Yeah, but you're Fae. I can't trust you. You are also a Fae. I know, but I can't trust myself sometimes.
Anime, pass the popcorn, please.
You're not going to eat us, are you?
No!
Only if we were
Gross.
actually dead.
Absolutely disgusting. Why would I? Ew. Especially you. I get fur in my mouth.
Well, that's just a waste of resources at that point.
Yeah, some of them don't taste really delicious anyway.
I'm basically skin and bone.
Although, if I were going to eat somebody, that one over there looks pretty delectable. Just looking at Careless. Let him eat on his bones. Nom 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 nom. I'm kidding!
Well, your fangs are big enough that it might be a proper can opener.
Oh, absolutely. He just kind of points at you like he's picking up what you're putting down.
Either way, could you please take about 15 feet back?
15 feet back. Let's see. Orienting. All right, 15 feet back. Here we go.
Always.
All right, had to wind up. Now moving forward.
Oh, okay.
He's at least trying, man.
Well, I'm not losing my patience. He's a very good gentleman.
All right.
Yes, he is.
He just doesn't have math. Because that is more than 15 feet.
I told you math was my weakest subject in spider school.
Okay. That was very enlightening and something for me to mill upon later. But our first objective is to get to the Sealy Court, especially now that we know more about what we are dealing with. But yeah, like I said, we should get a nice nap here before we head out.
We'll have to mull over too, honestly.
Although I'm already having the suspicions I know where the fucking artifact is.
Oh, yes, actually, Lord Phil...
Lord
spinner.
Phil?
The yarn spinner.
Yarn? I don't know, yarn spinner? Web spinner, he spins a lot of webs.
Well, you could always call him
Yarn spinner. It actually is the yarn spinner. It's based off of the term spinning yarns, as in telling tales.
That makes
So many
sense.
references.
Yeah, he is an actual archfey.
Oh. I didn't know that. So,
Thunder actually experienced him as well in his campaign. Which, by the way, happy birthday, Thunder!
Oh,
Yeah, right.
It's
Happy
happy
birthday.
birthday.
If it is the birthday of this said Thunder, then I shall use my pristine singing voice in order to convey his birthday.
But anyway, as you were asking Phil a question there.
Summon the words of my people.
yes, the Drowned King.
Ah, yes, the Drowned King.
He is, or was, a lesser archfey who has climbed his way through the ranks, yes?
Ah, see, that's the thing. Nobody exactly knows where he came from. He just appeared one day. So, whether he's an archfey or not, if he's even a fey, I don't really know. All I know is that he's terrible.
I see. So there's no idea even if he is a fey. Wait. Drowned King. I have theories. Either way.
Yeah, but that's my hypothesis is where the artifact is. The Drowned King is using it. But that's...
Yeah, probably.
That's only a hypothesis right now. We're gonna have to do more about it. But, like I said, we need to get to the Sealy Court first. That'll be our best place. As long as we make nice with them for a base of operations. Because as lovely as this place is, I doubt it's gonna be as easy to get to and from the places we need to go for. No offense, Phil.
Ron Diggin.
So, while my companions get their rest in, and I do too, do you know the full tale of the Prince of Frost?
The full tale of the Prince of Frost. Well, I do think I have a book on that. I know enough on memory to give a decent bit of an explanation.
Well,
Go ahead.
What can you tell us?
You see, while we're resting, go ahead and tell us everything you can. My compatriot here's fiancé was taken by him. And we need to find a way to politely and non-combatively get her back.
Oh. You're fucked. I'm sorry, my mistake. That's terrible. That's terrible news. I'm sure he'll get back.
Not funny, Kagato.
Oh, they're just being honest.
We are being honest.
Well, I suppose I could give you what I can remember off the top of my head, although if you want to know like all kinds of details, I'm sure that there's a book on him somewhere, considering he's been around here for longer than I have by way too long. But
we have 8 hours.
Oh. Well then. Excuse me a second.
And I just like crouches over, leaves him, like moves, like, this is normal.
Excuse me, pardon me, come, just find the book. Ah, here we go. So he just scurries around, and after a while he finds the book. Like, all right, let's see. Just opens up the book, and somehow he has a tongue, and he just licks his little arm and just starts flipping through. All right. So, yes, the Prince of Frost. He's otherwise known as the Pale Prince and the Lord of Winter. He is a very, very, very powerful archfey. After all, he is the son of Oberon and Titania. Though he wasn't always that way. Essentially, well, he was the Prince of the Summer Court. And how should I put this? Well, probably should go on ahead and put this in the form of a story. So, once upon a time, that time, the Prince of Frost was known as the Sun Prince, and his realm was a place of light and summer warmth. Among the denizens of his vale were a trio of sisters called the Daughters of Delight. They were also powerful fae from another summer realm. They were very, very beautiful. There was also one named Sharia, whom he was in love with and betrothed to. Sharia loved him in return. However, Sharia grew bored with the endless revelry of the Fae and left it for the material plane, where she then fell in love with a mortal hero named Hain Kassar. Fought against the forces of darkness at his side. Sun Prince soon grew jealous and demanded that she honor her promise to marry him. But when she refused, the prince swore that he would not let her go, even if he had to hold her prisoner. Sharia was not strong enough to face him, and fearing for the safety of her mortal lover, instead made a bargain with the Raven Queen that cast her soul and her lover's soul so far ahead in time. She intended that the time would allow the Sun Prince to hopefully calm and heal. Oh, was she naive? Instead, the Sun Prince only grew more bitter, with pain and sorrow of just evolving, and a sunny realm turned into one of winter night. His heart turned to ice, and he left his name behind when he left the summer court. The remaining Daughters of Delight were also then twisted by his anger, and they became the Sisters of Lament. And so, he continues to reign over his domain of Frost, just waiting to have any opportunity to take out his frustrations on any mortal that dare crosses his path.
Tell me.
Nice guy!
This Sister of Delight that abandoned him, do you know what she looks like?
Flip. Ah, shit, this isn't a picture book. I'm afraid I don't know. This was before my time, too.
Then, tell me, do you believe that his mother would know what she looked like?
Possibly.
Any of his siblings?
Oh, very, very likely so. After all, that is his entire reason for being how he is right now, being so full of hatred and sadness and cold and so much cold. Did I mention it's cold? It's fucking cold. So no doubt they probably remember.
No doubt. You have been quite helpful. I appreciate this. This will be information that I can very much use.
Excellent. It's always good to know that my stories help people along and influence their lives in some way.
Stories are always great. They're awesome. They're what help us remember. Those who are already gone, or those who just recently became heroes. Or victims in some stories. Yeah.
I like comedies.
What's a comedy?
You laugh.
Half a Bell's life.
Oh.
Hey,
That's the best way to explain it. Thank you for the story, though, Phil. It's very informative.
You're quite welcome. And since you are so interested about it, I would like to give you some more advice. Don't mess with him.
Already been told that.
Well, I'm telling you too. Don't mess with the Prince of Frost.
Tell me, you say that he hates all mortals. But,
Yes.
as you can see, some mortals typically can be liked. Is there any documentation of him ever having mortals working with him?
Let me see. Flip. Let's see. Relationships, people that he works with. Let's see. Some Titania. Among other fays. Favorite servants for the Sisters of Lament. White dragons. But those are not exactly what you're looking for. Here we go. Let's see, it says here, however, despite his normal hatred for mortals, he had some mortal servants called the Winter Touched. He was known to make pacts with warlocks, and some druids also followed him. Warlocks who made pacts with him were often called the Long Night Scions.
Bingo. That's our way in.
Long Night Scion.
No, well, the Winter Touched.
He gets awfully close. Oh, no. Can you show me that amber, please?
Oh, yes, I know. I am a servant of the Raven Queen. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. He hates the Raven Queen just as much. And if you waltz on up there saying that you're with the Raven Queen, oh no! I would hide that. I would hide that. I would throw it away. I would bury it. I don't know, shove it up your butt or something. Just don't let him see you with that.
Anna would just smile. Don't worry. I have a plan for this.
Oh, I certainly hope you do.
Anyway, we should all get our rest.
So, as Phil, the yarn spinner, backs away, just giving you all a little bit more space, although still very curious, and just with one book in hand, he glances at it and then glances at the lot of you, just very interested in just all of you. Though he doesn't seem to be at all hostile. Just like a kid looking in on creatures in the zoo.
That's a pretty apt way of putting it, yeah?
So, I will now pass it on to all of you, as I will give you all a little time to discuss anything that you would like, if necessary. Otherwise, we shall move on.
Rains turns everything to ash, or in this case, frost. Yep.
Hey, Mr. Chaser?
Yes?
Does that mean you're gonna have to deal with more snow?
More snow and ice.
More snow and ice.
Yeah. Theo, are any of your memories coming back now that you're back?
Oh, not a single one.
Okay. You'll let us know when you do, right?
Oh, absolutely, because I don't have a single clue of why I even left here.
Actually, that brings a question. Phil, our friend Nami said that she left because of a creature that seemed to be immune to magic running rampant here in the Feywild. Do you know anything about that?
Who told you?
I just pointed at Nami. She did.
Oh, Telltale.
What?
Ooh, it's an omen to speak of that. They
She
say if
literally
you...
doesn't remember.
Oh. Well, you might be immune from such omens? I don't know how it works. They just say that if you even utter or mention the creature, it will come for you like that.
Uh-huh.
He's not here.
No.
Well, shit, I don't think that omen actually holds water.
Well, don't test it too much there, Phil. I mean, you are an archfey, but yeah, let's not push it. Okay.
But, well, we won't push it, but I will say this. I don't know what Nami has told you, but it's actually very true, and that's why he is so dangerous. I should say it is so dangerous. Magic doesn't work. Anyone who's tried to fight back had to do so using brute force. And apparently this thing is all bulked up. Roided out, in fact. I think.
Gunpowder. I'm gonna need a lot of gunpowder and a big blacksmith. Of course. Yeah, nope.
Phil, are you talking about the one who should not be named?
No, that's Vecna.
No, the other one that should not be named.
Oh, right. We're done talking about him.
Yep, fair enough. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's all I've had to think about for now. I'll have to probably bring it up with Tanya and Oberon, since that'd probably be a safer place to talk about it. Alright. Any other business to talk about before we pass out for the night?
Going once. Going twice. Well, time to go to bed. Bonk, 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 bonk. You all get knocked out so you can go to sleep. Yay. Alright, morning's here. Wake up!
I've been awake.
Shit! Gonna fool me.
It's called trancing, meditation.
Oh yeah, my yoga class taught me that once.
There's a you know what? Never mind.
Spider yoga.
How is that? Whatever.
A little stretch, another stretch. Lots of stretching. The great part's the yoga pants.
You all are now imagining a giant spider in yoga pants.
Please, no.
You need to see how rocking my butt looks in yoga pants. Well, I'm glad that you all had a chance to rest, but since you all seem to definitely have something that you need to take care of, if you don't mind, I would like to lead you out. After all, this is a little bit of, well, I built the web, I know where things are.
Home invasion?
Yes.
Yes, terribly
What?
sorry about that.
Invaders must be exterminated. Exterminate. It's a joke.
I was gonna say, because we've killed dragons.
That's cute.
You see this bow?
Yeah.
Made out of an adult green dragon's spine.
An adult green dragon. Must have been pretty easy.
That was empowered by the energy, the magic of the Archfey of the night.
You know, the one that got kicked out by the drowning king.
Oh shit! Maybe you guys are not too much talk, huh? Maybe you'll be a little fine. The small fry probably won't give you too much trouble.
Yeah, you can say that again. Alright.
Now then, where the hell was the exit again? Honey, can you clap for me a few times up there? I can't really get close enough to get the lights on. Okay, fine. Just claps and where's the the exposure is already all the way up. All right, that'll work. There we go. The clapper's an amazing device. Anyway, over here. Excuse me, pardon me. There it is. So, follow me. Oh wait, that's right. Would you like me to give you a hand?
You don't have hands.
Who would like to ride the spider?
Well, Tommy, you're getting your wish.
I want to ride the spider.
Yep.
Yep.
I'll ride the spider too.
Yeah, we'll ride the big, massive spider.
And my wife said it could never happen. So, essentially, he lets you all get up on the spider's back, and he just kind of scurries along, and essentially starts to tell you what you're pretty much in for, knowing where you're going to need to be going. Essentially, he will be taking you outside and pointing you in the right direction, though it's going to take you a good while on foot to get there. But if he can find something that might expedite the process, then he will, of course, tell you. So, as you all scurry along, he will be heading out over here, and we will be changing maps.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
Lost the map you were looking for?
Yeah, I thought I accidentally deleted it. Thank God I didn't. That would have been very embarrassing. Okay.
Well, here we are. Pitch black void.
Son of a bitch again.
I told you the Drowned King was fucking things up. Okay, let me get everybody in. Okay. All right. All right, now, as you all step through the exit, the world around you shimmers. Colors intensify beyond anything you've ever seen, each hue almost pulsating with life. The sky above is an endless twilight. Soft purples and vibrant blues blend seamlessly with the golden rays of a sun that you just cannot see in this dense, lush forest. The view before you is like a dream. Trees tower with trunks of silver and leaves that glisten like polished gemstones. Flowers bloom in impossible patterns as I'm trying to get this music to start. Here it is.
changing colors as if dancing to an unheard melody. The air itself feels alive, carrying the scent of wildflowers, fresh rain, and a hint of something sweet and otherworldly. Faint lights drift around you, wisps and sprites giggling as they dart between shadows, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. Birdsong fills the air. Each note they sing rings clear and haunting, the melody twisting with the wind. Strange creatures peer at you from behind bushes and branches. Foxes with gleaming emerald eyes and squirrels with shimmering iridescent fur, butterflies the size of your hand, wings painted with patterns that seem almost hypnotic. Then from behind, the yarn spinner steps forward and gazes upon its domain before turning back towards you with an excited look on its face. Welcome, everyone, to the Feywild!
This place reminds me of home.
You know, I
Except
feel
for,
like
you know-
I've seen this place somewhere before.
Really? Wow. It's exactly the way I... Well, maybe
Don't
not exactly.
remember
I don't remember a forest like this. I remember woods, but not something quite dense like this.
Your memory will come back in time, Theo.
Oh, I hope so. I'm tired of not knowing.
Well, I could always ask a few questions and see if this memory loss is a curse.
How you doing, Naomi?
Honestly, it's strange to be back. I do know where we are. I wish I could remember. I'm sorry.
Hey, it's fine. It'll come back to you eventually like it will with Theo. Small bits, baby steps, okay?
Oh. I'll try. Well, as long as the rest of you are trying, I'm trying harder to forget. Oh.
Hey, be a good boy.
Okay.
So, what exactly is the name of this forest?
He told us, Fable Rise.
February. Sorry.
Yes, from here you are on the edge of Fable Rise. It's a small trek a little bit further to actually exit Fable Rise, and then you're going to be a bit more towards the wilds and... Hold on a second. So there's a couple of woodland creatures that go up to the yarn spinner and just start chattering away with him. Yep. They are. They are! That's perfect! Ha ha! I think I have your shortcut, everyone. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll tell you a story later. So, I wonder if any one of you have heard of Tiberius and Bob's Carnival of Splendors.
No.
It's our first time.
Well,
No.
actually, hold up. I just look over at Akira with a questioning, raise of my eyebrow.
So, Akira, please roll history.
How important is this?
Not super important.
Okay. I only got 9.
Okay. Akira, unfortunately, does not know of that place. He's not heard of that name before.
Also, I'm not from this part of the Feywild anyway. Like all the way halfway around the plains.
My apologies, then.
I will say, though, if anybody wants to just peer in that direction,
Tsunami's got stars in her eyes, and she looks almost like curled up, like a little, like giddiness is about to burst out.
You
Oh,
know,
boy.
you want to go to the thing, don't you, Nami?
Can we?
Yeah.
Calm down.
This
Calm
reminds
down.
me of Rockdale all of a sudden.
Oh boy. Yes, we
okay.
can. Just please
Everybody-
relax.
If everybody's fine with that, we can go.
They seem to be actually on their way over towards the Sealy Court to perform for them. They just stopped by over here to entertain those that happen to be in this area and the surrounding domains.
Ah, good. Last question. We've been made aware of some of the issues. We know that an issue is here. There is one issue, however, that has been brought up minorly, at least somewhat brought up. Kitsunes.
Ooh, how much you know about them?
I would need to know whatever you can tell us.
Well, kitsunes, they don't nearly come around here at all, considering how far away that they are, but I have heard along words of the woodland creatures that have traveled, especially the birds. Yeah, you really don't want to deal with them. They have almost all entirely gone completely vicious and feral, and are absolutely not to be trifled with. Something, should I say this out loud?
Seeing as I intend to try and help them. Yes.
What? Yeah, they seem to be under the control of the Inu clan. What?
Well, unfortunately, Finian, we're meeting your family. Unfortunately, it's on even worse terms than you thought.
Yep.
Promised him he will not have to interact with them if he does not want to.
He's just rolling down the stairs, just rolled past Evelyn.
Oh boy, there he goes.
Nope. You're coming with us.
Okay. Another complication to help solve. That's fair enough.
Whether they run into us or we accidentally run into them.
Fortunately, this is more of a recent event, so I don't exactly have a lot of information. All I can say is that they are more prominent in the Inu's domain. So you'll probably learn more if you go there, but good luck.
Well, first stop, Sealy Court. From there, we can work out a battle plan.
Actually, one last question. Have there been any other tabaxis seen in any of the domains recently?
Tabaxi. Well, I do know that there are lots of tabaxi that are here. Some are native to this place. You might have to be a little bit more specific.
Jace will give a direct description of Shadow.
Might be toting around enough undead essence to be, I don't know, champion of Vecna?
Well, that's serious business. Birds! He just looks over at all the trees and calls in a flock of birds. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. Well, looks like some of them have seen what they think matches that description, though they can't exactly be sure, because nobody by that description has exactly been going around causing any trouble. They just look weird.
Good.
Well, where have they been seen at the very least?
That was this question. What's the answer? See, that's an even harder answer because, yes.
All over the place?
Pretty much.
He's still actively searching. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
And I just
Yep,
got
you did.
careless. Yep, I did. Okay. I have to watch my own. I said it's careless. I got Chase slaps himself Stop it. Okay.
Here. Goes over and just does a little tap on each and every one of you. There's a teeny little bit of web that looks almost like a metal. And for you, and for you, and for you, and for you, and for you. All right. This will help you a little bit going through the remainder of this domain because, well, there are plenty of woodland creatures and beings such as myself, but there are a few of the more mischievous types around. As long as they see that you are essentially given free passage by my decree, you shouldn't die. But as soon as you're out of here, it doesn't work anymore.
No, that's fair. The Shadowfell works in a very similar fashion, I believe. All right. Let's do this.
All right. So you could go straight on that way. That's probably the most direct route that would get you over to Tiberius and Bob's. And I would say talk to Bob. He's more likely to give you a hand. Tiberius is usually a very, very busy man. And by using them, they'll be able to essentially use all of their resources to travel to the Sealy Court very, very quickly. I would say that if you were to just go by foot, they'll beat you there by a good long time. Let's see. Time is really weird. I gotta convert this to you. Canada. Again, math wasn't my strong suit. I think it would save you a good 2 to 3 material plane weeks.
Well, I think that made the battle plan of how to get there pretty easy for us.
As far as we know. All right. Let's get headed that way. Talk to Bob.
Well, I better not stand in your way. But hey, it was a pleasure meeting all of you, and if you could grant me one wish, and that is, when all is said and done, that you follow up on your promise and give me a great story to tell.
Oh, if you just, ever want to stop by my home except for once a year, you'll have plenty of stories. There's one day of the year, however, you're not allowed to be for your safety.
Oh. Well, I am anything if not careful, so I will take your word for it. So go forth, adventurers, and don't die. I mean, have fun.
I can't promise that.
Until next time, Phil.
And so, as you all make your way, there is still one little bit of a problem, and that is Finian is standing back with his knees literally knocking against each other, despite how brave he's putting on his chest.
Okay.
One foot in front of the other.
Bye then.
Go, can't do it.
Sue, fetch.
Wait,
Grabs
no.
Finian, picks him up over his shoulders, and just starts carrying her. Carrying her. I brought you. You're my responsibility. I promised.
Be a big boy.
Finian, I promised you. If we can avoid having you to interact, we will.
Okay.
Will you be traveling with us and have a chance to encounter them, or have a chance to encounter them by yourself?
Yeah. Do you know the way? Do you know the way back, Finian?
Here? Or there?
I didn't see a fairy ring back there. I didn't see any kind of fairy
Your
portal.
only way back home to Material Plane is if I banish you.
No, Anaran, it's not. He's from here.
From here.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
It would be a reprieve, though. You'd banish him to a different plane for like 10 minutes or something.
A minute. A single minute.
Come on,
Anyway,
Finian.
we need to keep moving.
Alright. Oh.
But as we're moving, I swear that tree had a giant mouth and an eyebrow for some reason, talking to some lady with ears.
The fuck are you smoking?
I don't know. It was a weird dream one time. Some
The
weird
good stuff.
blue
Give me.
sword, some blue sword that she stuck into the pedestal for some reason.
Have you been sneaking into my pipe weed without telling me?
No, man. I'm just saying. I swear I saw this in a dream a long time ago.
That being said, out of character. Good God, map makers! What the fuck?
Yeah, this map is really laggy.
That's
It's
why we're
really
not gonna
big
be
and there's a
on it.
lot of stuff on it.
It's okay.
I can see individually how many doodads are on it.
I'm going to be loading up a new map, and I think the problem is that this is a map that I took and I edited by adding in more big trees.
I'm not.
Yeah, that might be a
We're not
problem.
bitching about it.
I'm not bitching about the lag. I'm like, some people have no life to create this kind of shit.
Oh,
I took hours to create that small little map you sing, Kagato.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, the scene, the
people
map
are just
for Sorrow and
dedicated.
Wrath took me like an hour and a half.
No, this is gorgeous.
This is something that can be cheated on by using assets and then just layering them on top of each other, and just takes a little bit of having things in a different way to make it look natural, flipping things around, and then you just grab tree assets and then you just blot them everywhere in random spots, and then this is what you get.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, it's like it's beautiful. I'm just saying, some people, wow, they put a lot of effort into this stuff. But yeah, let's move on.
Back in
All right, so now that
I will say
Grab the
for
sword into
everyone,
the rock.
Anoran is definitely having more pep to his walk. Much better than stupid cities.
Also, if you get the reference on what I was making a reference to, you're a gamer and you're welcome.
All right. This is a much smaller map. I think any lag will not be a problem here. So let me go ahead and bring everyone in. And I have been looking forward to this for a while.
Get your freaks! Get your freak show!
We are from the material plane. We are the freak show.
I was about
Exactly.
Well, some of us are.
Yeah.
And Sue. Where's Sue? There's Sue. Okay. And boink. Tsunami. And Theo. And Finian. Who is slowly becoming the Luigi of the group. Okay.
Except instead of an entire mansion filled with ghosts, it's an ever-expanding plain of forests.
Mario.
And he has no Mario to hide behind.
All right. And let me summon you all here. All right. So, let me now... Here.
Oh, this map! Or this map of like 10,000.
After a while of travel, you find that this actually was a much larger than expected forest, despite it being told that you were near the edge of it, though you are comparing your footsteps to those of a 50-foot spider's. So the lightest glimmer of light coming from the sun that just barely broke through the canopies started to begin to fade, as it looks like things are becoming a little bit darker, a little mistier.
things are still just as vibrant as always, and you can see little colorful wisps that look like fireflies and little bright colors flashing here and there and about. Though the mist is rising in this particular part of the forest, getting to where it's almost slightly difficult to see. So, as you continue on, your party steps into this particular mist-draped gully. The air is getting even thicker with dew that begins to cling to your skin. The mist starts to curl around you like spectral fingers, twisting and thickening to obscure your vision.
Alright, stick together, everyone.
If needs be, Sunblade is ready.
It's fine, I got my goggles on.
Nami, Theo, anything fell off?
No. Nothing really feels off. Actually, everything feels about normal to me. Everything feels off to me.
He spent a long time in the material plane. I'll just listen.
All right.
Close my eyes and just listen.
Okay. So, as you get closer, that is then when you all hear it. Soft, giggling laughter that drifts through the mist, seeming to dance and flicker in the air just beyond sight. Voices that are high and light, mischievous and mocking. They come from all directions at once. Whispers brush past your ears, and a voice that sounds amused begins to purr. Looks like we've got some new players for our little game. Yes, a game. But what sort of game? This should be fun. Place your bets, everyone, for I propose a game of Where's My Stuff? And then Theo's like, ooh, I've heard of this game. I like this game. I'm gonna watch.
Phil, I'm pretty sure Phil won't like it if you messed with us.
So, hold on. I'm gonna. There we go. It's like, Phil. Oh no. It looks like they were touched by the yarn spinner. They had the yarn spinner's blessing? Oh man. Well, I suppose we'll have to play a little nicer than usual. But we still won't make it easy for you.
Unfortunately, my dear friend, that does not mean that they won't stop playing with us.
So, no. Belle, are you there?
He might have stepped away.
He's definitely going to want to be here for this. But I will continue as normal. So, either way, so Theo gets to a nice vantage point, like, I'm going to watch. And Tsunami, you know what? Actually, that's not a bad idea, Theo. I'd like to see how well they can play these games. I'll be rooting for you all. Good luck. You too, Finian. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Wait. Suddenly, in the span of a blink, all of you find yourselves as naked as the day you were born. No weapons, no armor, no clothes, no items, nothing. And
If you're gonna give me the opportunity.
All right, here we go. So I know nobody has it, so we're going to have to definitely theater mind it, except for Chase, who has absolutely no problem with this.
I mean, Adaran's also, like, completely naked. He's like, is that it?
So, here's the deal. Here's the little rules of the game. You just need to find all of your stuff. That's all it is. But we won't make it easy for you, so as a rule, no magic. Yeah. No magic. We'll handle the magic. So, where'd you hide their stuff? Oh, that's dastardly.
Alright, let me unequip this shield, because it will matter.
So I'm going to need everyone to please roll for initiative.
Okay,
Magic, yep, so can't even roll for that.
Mm-hmm. Ah! I still roll pretty high.
All right, I will go through and get everyone's initiative. So we are going to start with Belle. Are you back yet?
Oh, yeah,
I am.
back.
I had to use the bathroom.
Oh,
5.
gotcha. 5, okay. Do you have any idea what's going on?
I do not.
Okay. So basically,
use the bathroom and take the last of my meds.
while everyone is getting their roles together, essentially what has happened is you've entered into this area that appears to be the home of some very mischievous fae. They haven't revealed themselves, but they have said that you all are participating in a little game of theirs. And the game is called Where's My Stuff? And they have now effectively stripped you of everything. Your clothes, your armor, your weapons, items, everything. You are as naked as the day you were born. The goal of the game is simple. Find your stuff. But there is no magic to be had. You just gotta find it. They said that they will take care of any magic. They also said that they wouldn't be too hard on you because you have been given the Yarn Spinner's blessing.
Okay. So.
We're all naked as fuck.
So.
Yeah. No. I got that. No. Fuck, this is where I actually have to... No magic means dick to me right now.
So... Alright, Chase, what did you roll?
Did I roll? This got so busy. 14.
14. Okay. And Akira?
8.
8. Okay. Evelyn?
11.
That's easy. Evelyn, 11. 11. Anoran?
22.
Kaylee?
25.
25. Okay, and Carolus?
18.
All right, Carolus with an 18. All right. And I suppose this will have to do for Finian. That's the best he's got.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, now then, this is what's going to happen. Kaylee, before you do anything, can you roll me a D12, please?
Three.
3. All right. I am going to send you something.
Oh, no.
Welcome to the Feywild.
Yep.
All right. So, suddenly, Kaylee looks to turn to speak to all of you, only none of her words are coming out except what seems to be really muffled. And then, upon further inspection, her face is gone. She has no eyes, no mouth, and still a nose for her to breathe, but she is now featureless.
I still have my ears.
You still have your ears. You just have
I'm
no
fine.
face.
And I'm fine. Kaylee's not even freaking out.
Belle! No, I'm doing this in order of initiative. Anaran, please roll me a 1d12.
1d12 for the chaos! 6.
6.
Oh dear.
I live for this.
So, Anaran, suddenly you feel a nice swift kick to your ass. And then another one.
Ow.
Those that are standing behind him, like Evelyn, you can notice that there's a kick me sign on the back of him.
Hard thing is, it's hard to tell if that was done by the other Fae or Akira.
No, Kira's over there.
Carolus, please roll me a 1d12.
Alright, let's just get this over with. 8.
8.
This is Kagato getting us all back for all the shit we've pulled.
It's fine, we'll get him back twice over.
Just can't level up.
Oh, you're an ass.
What you rolled.
All right. So, since he hasn't said anything, although we should probably give him the chance to explain something. So, hey, Careless, maybe you saw something that was going on. Why don't you say something?
He's gonna look over at Kaylee. Kaylee? Wah!
Alright, next on the hit list, Chase, please roll me a d12. Also, Careless, that means no words. Sorry, what was it you got? 9?
9!
9, alright. Oh, okay. Perfect. I'm gonna need you to roll a 1d8 now.
Oh dear.
Right here. 1.
1, and that is... Oh...
Oh, okay.
So, Chase, you look down, you find that your feet don't look normal. They don't look like the typical feline feet that you would normally have. They look oddly like a rabbit's.
Okay, that's... Okay. This is not... Chase attempts to take a step forward.
Kaylee takes a step forward.
When I move, you move.
What?
Yeah. In other words, Bun and I control each other's characters where they move.
I can't speak.
Yep, he can't speak. All right, Evelyn, you're next. Please roll me a 1d12.
I'm gonna get you for this.
It's all in good fun.
That'd be a 12.
A 12. Okay. I'm gonna need you to roll a 1d8.
Uh-oh.
I see.
The higher you roll, the more chaotic it is.
No.
That's a
D8
7.
can-
What'd you say?
7.
7. All right. Let's see.
Nope. That dice determines one of us. An 8 to reroll.
Okay, so let me. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Perfect. So. So, let me post to you what happens. Because your body has turned into bells.
Oh, body swap.
No, it wasn't a body swap.
Oh.
But it will be something interesting.
Oh.
There you go. All right, Akira, roll me that D12. Two. Oh. Let's see, you are... Oh, no. So I'll post what happens here, but essentially, Akira, your tiny little foxy body starts getting lifted up from the ground, and you are hurled at high speed directly at Kaylee. And you are now stuck to her as if your body is magnetized.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This is gonna be a good story for Ryu, though.
Uh-huh.
And finally, Belle. Belle, I'm gonna need you to roll, please.
Since I'm stuck on you, Kaylee. Don't
You
mind
said
me.
a D12?
Yeah, just D12.
7.
7. This is perfect. This is perfect for you.
Okay.
All right, so we now actually begin the game, as every single one of you has now been affected in some way. You know essentially what has happened. I have given you the rules. So, time to find your stuff.
Wait, was I just fine?
No, I sent it to you.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing has changed.
Well, think of this as a very exaggerated thing that this is literally all you can say.
Yeah, so nothing has changed.
All right, well, Kaylee,
It's time for you to try and find your stuff. Unfortunately, quite a bit has happened to you, where you have no face, you do have your ears, and you have a nose for you to breathe. Akira is magnetized and stuck to you, and you have just now been told that your feet have changed places with Chase's. So if you try to move, he'll move instead. So what would you like to do?
So I don't have to voice anything to make Chase move. I can just move.
You can just move.
Oh god. Kaylee can fucking moonwalk.
God damn. Okay. Damn, I wish I had set up Side Whispers first, but that would have been considered magic, I'm assuming.
Yep, they would have caught that immediately. Treat it like as if it were like a combat, but instead of attacking, you're investigating.
I guess. But I can't see anything!
Exactly!
I can't see or say anything!
Yeah. Do what you can!
I'm just... I guess I'll move Chase forward a bit.
Alright, so Kaylee takes a step forward.
Yeah. Kaylee, try to point to where you want to go and I'll move you. Okay. Chase will attempt to move her forward.
Okay. Alright. You can do that on your turn.
I see. So she can move. I see. Okay, she moves me on her turn. Okay. Alright.
Okay. This is all I have to do. I literally cannot do anything else.
Actually, I might have a suggestion.
I guess I could listen.
Since Kaylee can only move... Idea. Jace, point to where you want to go.
Oh, and you'll relay it. I don't know where I want to. I guess, just move me forward a little bit. I guess maybe I'll get a better view of what's going on. So,
okay. So, Akira's basically going to, with face push into Kaylee, going up from her boobs. All right, Kaylee, you're going to have to. I will call out the direction where Chase wants to go. So,
Okay.
Forward.
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 I
Yeah.
guess 5 more spaces is all I can move to. 4,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5.
I guess I could also use this turn, like, listening around.
Yeah, the Fae
We're supposed to be lucky.
The Fae might accidentally let out the secret lit. So yeah, listen, Kaylee, that's fine. Perception.
Uh, 24.
All right. You just hear a lot of giggling. One of them is like,
You look stupid. Look at all that hair.
Well, that's all I can do for now.
all right. So, Anaran, you are next.
So, Sir Fey Game Masters, would I prefer what you want to be called Game Masters?
Sure, why not?
Could we also do this as hot or cold?
Which one do you prefer?
If I'm hot, that means I'm close. If I'm cold, then I'm not close.
All right. You heard him, everyone. Got it.
I know. Yep, this is what I... Yeah, well, oh well, that's fine. Well, I'm gonna go get killed. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
So, as he walks by, Akira, you just happen to see a sign on his back that says, "Kick me." And you feel compelled to do it. Though you're magnetized to Kaylee. And she has... she has Chase's feet. So, I guess he's protected because in that particular circumstance, Chase, your foot just flings forward as if trying to kick somebody, but you don't kick anybody. Oh, and
All right. He said if he's hot or if he's cold, let's let him know, everyone.
so you start to feel your temperature begin to rise. And rise. And rise.
Perception check to locate anything of mine.
All right, so based off of where you're at right now, you don't seem to find anything of yours right. And well, actually, let me do this.
I will say, even without the shield, my passive is 19, and I still have my 60 feet of dark vision.
60 feet, gotcha. All right, so you look around, and while your temperature is definitely rising, you don't see anything except for trees, bushes, tall grass, rocks.
How about smell? Does Anaran smell the lavender? The lavender that he himself and all his gear is fucking soaked in because of how much he smokes it.
Tis true, tis true. Let's see, based off of time, I think we should make things a little bit easier then. You do smell it close by. It definitely smells like it's near you. You just can't pinpoint exactly where it is because the very air around you also smells like lavender.
So... Action... Well, my action would have been the perception. So... For now... Alright, that's it.
So, you think we should do that hot and cold thing for everybody?
Only if they want it.
I suppose that's a good point. Careless.
I think out of everyone, Kaylee got fucked over the most.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, you did. I'm sorry, but that's just how things ended up being.
I'm enjoying myself.
I know you are. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, everybody make way for the boob bunny.
Oh, okay, guys. It's guy's turn.
Gonna look under the log, see if there's any signs over here.
All right. So, as you look under, you're compelled to tell your friends your findings.
I didn't even roll investigation yet, Kagato.
I know. Please roll investigation.
Nope, that's a 7. Probably nothing.
All right. So, you don't really find anything, just bushes, grass, a log. Though you are still compelled to tell your friends.
What? I am not doing the brocking every 5 minutes, by the way. My mother is asleep.
Damn.
Nice try. You just
say it in a super deadpan low voice.
No. He's just gonna be like, nothing under here, but the rest of you just hear a lot of barking for some reason.
Yeah, you don't... None of you make any sense of what he's saying. He's literally clucking like a chicken at all of you.
Yeah, so don't say anything like that, Sky, because our characters, like, that's technically giving our character, well, it's, just stick to the rules. Anyway.
Whatever.
All right,
They
Chase.
can react if they want.
Alright, bonus action first. Alright, so, those peppermints, kept in my clothes. Find them. Sue's gonna make a perception check, smelling for the peppermint.
Oh, okay.
19!
19. It smells incredibly close by. Though it is still a little muffled because it smells like sweets, and of course Sue loves sweets, and that's pretty much what she smells in the air here in the Feywild.
+5 with Flash of Genius to try and get her to focus
Okay.
in my reaction, so it's 24.
All right. It smells incredibly close by. Like, very close to you, actually.
Okay. Then I will do I guess, well, it's about the same either way. I guess would this be investigation or perception to find, just to try and find it in the area I'm in?
So it's investigation, supposed to be figuring out how something works. We're going to do perception.
Okay. Already brought my reaction, so 21.
21. All right. You're looking around. You're looking around. You see grass. You see dirt. You see twigs. Don't see your stuff, though.
Indicating it's close, but it's not that close. Okay. But knowing that... Alright. So, Kaylee, I'm going to need you to move me forward a little bit. But first, I'm going to try and help you out, as Chase is going to move Kaylee in this direction.
All right.
Good enough, I guess. And that'll have to be it.
All right. So, Evelyn, we come to you. As Evelyn looks just like Belle.
I'm not Evelyn. I'm Bellin.
I'm gonna have to ask you to stay out of my belfry. I got a lot in here already.
But when out, I am the Bell.
Oh, why? Because you have the high ground?
Yes.
Fair enough.
But also from the high ground, I'm taller than you.
That must be a first for you.
Hmm.
See, you can't be me. Your comebacks are ass. Mine, at least, my diarrhea at least comes out my mouth.
Ain't no wonder you have foul breath.
Racial ability, I spit, poison spit. I just make a show of vomiting. It is technically a spell, but it is not. But it's a racial ability. It is as the spell. So I don't know if that's valid, Kagato, but
I'll allow it, but I think you should try a little harder. I probably should word it like this: dad jokes.
Okay, I'm doomed to fail then.
Oh, that's gonna take a moment. That's actually gonna take a moment. Because those require the stupidest setup on Earth.
Still, Evelyn, it is your turn. So, if you would like to do some investigation.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna investigate these bushes.
You'll investigate the bushes. All right. As you investigate those particular bushes, you go in, you shift around, you look around, and you find bush.
Should I roll investigation check?
By all means.
21.
21. All right. With that 21, you're able to actually peek in just a little bit further. You see that there's something hidden in there, though you're not entirely sure what it is. You reach in it. Nope, it's still bush.
I have to do something. This is a bush.
Oh dear.
You could always ask Chase for assistance. I hear he's got a little bit more pep in his step.
Maybe
Also, I think I figured this out, and fuck you, Kagato.
maybe I might be a bit more helpful because he is an elf with trees, and he speaks for the trees.
I'm afraid I do not have that innate capability.
Well, maybe Akira could do something about that. There's just one little problem. He became a small fox before he got magnetized, so his feet aren't even touching the ground.
Well, that's all I can do.
So, Akira, can't really move anywhere, but you can still speak.
I mean, technically, I can revert back to normal, but
That is true. That is very true.
kind of awkward.
Kaylee is hating this.
Well, I can't exactly hear her protesting the idea right now, so...
Okay, so because technically I can re-summon my weapon, but because of how the game works, am I able to just detect where my weapon is?
Would that be using magic of any kind?
I mean, it's a feature, technically.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, that's your patron's magic allowing you to find where your weapon is.
What if shit? So I can't use that. That ruins that idea. Man, all the weapons sounds like a shitty thing. Well, you're gonna have to deal with it, Kaylee. You're gonna have a giant cock next to you.
No.
So Kaylee, you feel all of a sudden, his body shift from small, fluffy fox to cock overlord.
No. Oh, god damn it.
And since he is magnetized to you, you are magnetized to him, which means when he walks, you walk. Or rather, you're picked up and dragged along.
Ow, 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 ow.
I'm at least helping you out.
Her feet's being dragged. She's not feeling it. Chase is.
Does that include the weight?
I don't know. Let's not complicate things.
Alright.
Yeah.
Now, what does my cockeye see?
Please roll for investigation.
With
Or,
your
I'm sorry,
glorious
perception.
Hawkeye.
17. $17.
17. All right. You take a look around. You see Kaylee. Also bushes, rocks, trees, grass.
Alright. Oh. That's my turn. Back to snuggling up.
All right. And then, Belle, we come to you.
Great. Okay, so just an initial scan, passive perception of 21. I'm looking for the glow of like the glow of my stuff, assuming it's all together. They weren't really clear about that in the rules, but I'm looking for, because they can probably suppress other magical effects, but I don't think they'll be able to suppress the glow emanated from the Bullet of Soul. I somehow think that's probably beyond their capabilities.
As you gaze around from this particular spot, find Finian, who has his eyebrows grown so long that they are completely covering his entire body. He's looking very much like Cousin It from the Addams Family. Other than that, you see Carolus walking like a chicken, and grass, trees, leaves, rocks, plants.
Okay. Let me see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Don't. Oh, God damn it, she still has the high ground.
That's what you care about.
I have priorities. Like, I've got values. They stack up real nice. But I suppose a more thorough... As I get up here, I guess I'm going to investigate the immediate surrounding area. Like, I'm keeping it to the spaces around me. So that's 25 passively on investigation.
Okay. With that 25 passive, you find the usual. Still trees, grass, bushes, dirt. But you also see the much more superior Belle that has the high ground in front of you.
You know what? You know what? I don't need to take that. Evelyn, with you having no equipment, does a 22 hit you?
Even with my equipment, that would hit me.
Oh, okay. I slap you on the ass. It's not every day I get the opportunity to feel myself, to really be feeling myself.
That's because this is the only one you're gonna be slapping for a while.
Kagato, describe to us what Belle feels as he slaps that ass.
So, Belle, you feel an intense stinging sensation on your own ass.
Oh yeah, I'm really feeling it.
God damn it.
Does that imply Evelyn felt nothing?
Yep, Evelyn felt nothing.
Just had to get you. Just had to look at that beautiful face. And that's more narcissist than the other.
It is quite beautiful, isn't it? Like looking in the mirror.
Where did everybody go? Who turned off the lights? Finian takes a single step and he trips on his own eyebrows, falls over deep in the dirt. I don't see nothing. I literally can't see nothing.
Well, if you're the better Belle, you should have no problem rescuing Sir Unibrow.
You see, I'll choose it. That'll be easy to do if I could use magic, but unfortunately I cannot. Nor do I have a grappling hook.
Anyway, I got these scissors. All right.
I believe it's time to move on.
Yeah, I assumed that my turn was done because I took the 2 actions like looking around. I was just waiting for it to be moved on.
But I have a feeling that Anaran's already kind of figured it out, so we'll move on. But Kaylee, come back to you.
I have nothing. I give you nothing.
Nothing! I have nothing to give, so I give you nothing!
You lose. Good day, sir.
Well,
I'm just gonna be honest. I literally have nothing. I can't see, so I can't investigate. I can't
That's
move
not true.
because
That's not true. You've got a hell of a growth on you. Like,
Oh my
you
fucking
should see a
God.
doctor about it, but that'd be a
that's
rash
on
decision.
his turn.
Okay,
Belle.
okay,
That's
Belle.
on his turn.
She's saying she's not going to do anything, so let's move on.
all right.
Right?
Anaran,
Alright.
you currently take 1d4 fire damage,
Okay.
and your temperature's still rising.
Game Master. I have what I believe to be the answer.
Oh, he thinks he knows. Does he know already? How did he know already?
All of my gear is invisible on my person, and you have cut off all senses to make me feel it.
Ah, shit, he figured it out.
And with that, all of your gear suddenly appears right upon your person, with the kick me sign fluttering to the ground.
Game complete!
And all it took was you reaching the boiling point.
Well, they didn't tell me how much damage I actually took.
You took 2 fire damage.
Okay.
So it cuts. So basically, my senses was completely cut off, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm about to say if my sense was not cut off and I was able to blind side or blind, you use blind sight to see it, that wouldn't be affected by it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So Anaron just walk over. Also, the fact that Finian is blind also tells me everything.
Help me!
He just sets him up, sits him against a rock. You sit still. Alright, well, I already said what the answer was, so any one of you that could hear it, heard it. So
it's going to be pretty simple then. Each and every person's turn, they're going to just be like touching themselves and finding that their armor has been there the whole time. So that's when the whole game comes to an end and everyone finds themselves back with their gear, with their little trick that was played upon them to be gone. And that's when a lot of the fairies that were pixies and fae that were in the background like, that was kind of boring. Yeah, I was hoping they'd be more fun.
That was like losing your phone when you're holding it.
Exactly. That's why when he said a dad joke, I'm like, son of a bitch.
Just hurry on out of here. We're gonna find somebody else that's more fun than all of you. There's a bunch of rocks that just start to shift over here and exposes a way to get out.
Actually, may we see you first so I can express my gratitude?
There's just a collective.
Don't provoke them, Thama. Can we just go?
Oh,
No.
and here I was gonna hopefully have a laugh or two.
Anaran just helps pick up Finian, whose probably his eyebrows are fine now.
Jeez, what the hell was wrong with me? You guys not even acknowledge me for some reason.
You didn't hear yourself.
Didn't hear myself what?
You sounded like a chicken. Bark, bark.
What?
He is quite funny.
Nope, not gonna scream. Control the emotions. Feywild, stronger here.
I can see
The only thing
clearly
different with
now
me-
the hair is gone.
The only difference with me is that I was forced to talk only in jokes, and that made them more tortured and contrived than normal.
Some of us got a really easy time. Kaylee did not.
Yeah, I got the raw end of the deal, and Kaylee's pissed.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Also, Evelyn is still Bill.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Now has access to that morph, by the way, unless you delete and put that figure back.
It's alright, Bill.
Uh-huh.
It's me, Austin. Oh, son of a bitch.
All right. So, continue to cross through, but you find that there is some light that is breaking through, almost as if daylight came far earlier than expected. Let me actually get everybody out here. And Sue. All right. So that was that. All right. So the party comes across two Fae having an argument.
Oh dear, here we go.
As your party approaches the edge of a crystal clear river, you find yourselves before an ancient wooden bridge. Its planks twisted and gnarled like tree roots, arcing over the rushed water. The bridge seems out of place. A curious, old-world-looking construction, laced with vines and wildflowers that glow faintly under the shifting colors of the Feywild sky. However, before you can step onto it, you notice that there are two strange figures blocking the way. One's a massive beaver, nearly as tall as a horse, with glossy fur and enormous chisel-sharp teeth. Stands on hind legs, arms crossed, tapping one webbed foot impatiently against the ground. Beside it, a creature even more unusual. A reverse centaur. With a body... Yes. With the body of a horse from the waist up, and body of human legs from the waist down. It frowns in frustration, its arms also folded in defiance. The two are locked in a heated argument that seems to cycle through absurd topics with dizzying speed, but they seem to be focusing on one thing mostly, and that is who has the right to cross that bridge. So, as you all step closer, essentially in this area, you can hear them at this point where the giant beaver's grumbling, shrill voice protests, "I told you, due to the number of mushrooms it takes to sing the sun to bed, my mushrooms, this bridge is my domain until the thistle moon rises." The reverse centaur, with its voice gruff and annoyed, counters, "You and your thistle moon. I have right of way according to the laws of split tea and the code of the chirping owls. Let me pass, or the dew spirits will know of your selfishness." And these guys moving up closer. But as the argument grows louder, they notice your group. And the giant beaver then calls out to you. Calls out, not moves towards. Mouse. Oh my god. There we go. Thankfully, I didn't lose him.
Since we have an audience of fellow intellectuals, pardon me, but perhaps one of you could instill your wisdom and convince this overlarge-headed oaf that his use of the bridge is not covered by his prattle?
Oh, good. Outsiders. Without any bias whatsoever. Indeed, perhaps you can offer your insight as to why it doesn't matter how many mushrooms he has. Singing the sun to bed shouldn't automatically guarantee passage when both the split tea laws as well as the code of the chirping owls are in effect.
Wait, but the sun's not asleep right now. It is clearly up.
That's...
You shirking your duties?
So, essentially, Theo just kind of, she speaks up. It's like,
Well, it doesn't actually work like that. See, at dusk, certain mushrooms start to glow, and they release a bunch of tiny spores, and those spores are considered to be notes of twilight. So they help the sun go to sleep, as long as the person that helps release those spores helps with the singing part. So if you are able to do so, then by law, you will be able to take control of whatever bridge, crossing, passage, or anything of the sort as your own.
Hey Theo, could you give me a summary of what that song is?
Oh, I have no idea. It changes all the time. It depends on what the mushrooms are singing.
Do any one of you know what the mushroom looks like?
I'm going to go show him, and you had better not cross this bridge.
Good sir, please, under the fair share of the law, please at least do this until we can all get across and have this nightmare end.
Careless walk the bridge while he's doing this.
So he just scurries off and comes back. Doink.
There you go. Here's some of those mushrooms now.
And he just places them all in front of you, and they look like ordinary button mushrooms.
Okay, so Anaran will just pick him up, put him to his ear, to act as if he's hearing a song, if he actually does hear one.
Oh, sorry. You won't be able to hear anything until sundown.
My mistake.
Before sundown.
Before sundown.
See, we're singing the sun to sleep, you'd see. So if we do it now, then it would take a nap, and then things would be all weird.
All right. So, if I may, just ask the both of you, what does this matter when it's currently the day out?
Because, for me, because the amount of mushrooms that I have a right to this bridge, and I can control anyone who can cross it. So if he wants to cross it and I don't want him to, I can say no. And therefore, I say no. It's the law.
So your argument for which law is...
Oh, you see, mine has to do with the law of the spilt tea as well as the order of chirping owls.
Okay, Theo, translation?
Yes. Well, let's see what to start with. I suppose we'll start with the Code of the Chirping Owls. See, those are a set of guidelines that are said to be whispered by a bunch of fey owls at dusk. But even though it happens at dusk, it determines what happens the following day. So the code usually dictates that the social etiquette based on those bird calls, the shadows usually also cast by moonlight, and things like that. All those together, they can also determine who actually has the right to travel at certain points. So, therefore, in this case, he is claiming that because he has been whispered and told to by the Court of Owls themselves, that he has a right to cross anywhere he wants to. For today. The other thing is the laws of spilt tea. So how that works is that the laws of spilt tea, they govern like big accidents that happen when you're drinking tea or other drinks, but mostly tea. So these laws, they hold that any spilt beverage creates an omen that must be heeded. The Fae interpret the shape and the speed and the direction of the spill, and then they foretell important matters and such as who should have the right of way, who deserves to speak first, and whoever owes an apology. But the problem is that the laws are contradictory and ever changing, so it comes down to interpretations.
Perfect, that's fine. You two good gentlemen, if you could please come over here for a quick moment.
I don't see why not.
Up to you.
You're too kind.
Alright, so Adaran will pour a cup of tea.
Okay.
Put it on the ground.
Okay.
And then tip it over.
All right. So, it splashes. And... Well, then...
Now, if, good sir, it believes that the tea dictates, at least for today, all three of us may pass it through that bridge, at least for today.
Is that what it says?
I don't know. I didn't check the rule book, and that's what he says.
But still, I mean, the mushrooms.
This is now twice that the tea has dictated, and the tea is law.
Now, good beaver, sir. I will not say that your mushrooms are not important, but the mushrooms are important every buy day.
Every buy day? That's the first I heard of that.
Oh, that's the first you've heard of it? I've heard of it before. Nay.
Now, if you please do not mind, me and my companions have to go meet with the Sealy Court over the safety of your entire realm, so we shall pass.
That actually seems to be way more important.
Yeah, I'd say that's actually pretty important. Why didn't you say so from the start? Please go on.
All right, everyone, we can go.
What?
That doesn't solve their dispute, but Insight 22 between the beaver and the fucking reverse centaur, which one of them was was either of them just talking out of their ass?
Yes.
They both were.
That's why
Okay.
Adaran wasn't lying. He was just coming up with weird shit.
Yeah, I figured that was the solution. I was just gonna let y'all go if nothing came about it. I was gonna just...
The madness. Sometimes.
Okay.
Just smile and wave, pal. Smile and wave.
Tom was like, I'm in hell.
Now then,
I mean, I had to make a wisdom save for something specific there.
Now then, about whether or not a crocodile can be an actions and repercussions advisor.
Adran would have retrieved his cup and was like, you guys can deal with all this shit. I'm not fucking wasting my time on this.
All right. So because of time, this next one's going to be the last one. But it'll be a meaningful one to end on, I think.
I'm just gonna... Yeah, no. I can't even pretend to hide the migraine. That's only 15 deception.
I mean, Thama, if you don't want to deal with it, you can let Bell take the reins for a little while. He'd love this place.
He'd, oddly enough, thrive in it.
Oh boy, now that you mention
I don't know how anymore.
Oh, I see.
We're just gonna have to get him out.
Okay, well, Dreamer more or less has everything prepared upstairs, so we can try setting up a visit sometime later.
No, I mean, I just don't feel anything right now. I don't know what... He's kind of starting to twitch like a malfunctioning robot.
Oh dear.
All right. So, time continues on. It feels as though you have been traveling for quite a good while now, though the passage of time still seems to be a little strange here. What should be, or at least what feels like, what could have been an afternoon into an evening to the very morning. It's almost as if the afternoon is persistent, that the twilight is essentially continuous. Any shining of the sun is rare, like what you saw on the bridge. And it gets even worse now as you travel further, getting closer to the outskirts, finding yourself in what you were warned about, a much swampier area. Though you have managed to make your way safely beyond the eyes of the Yarn Spinner's domain, traveling out of the forests and plains into this sudden swampy location that's strangely devoid of the life and colors that you're getting used to in the Feywild. If anything, it's plain, empty, depressing, and wet. Very wet. And yet as you continue forward, you can hear what seems to be an old, tired voice. A voice that's accompanied by deep, long groans that seem to shift the very ground around you just as you start to peek around the corner. Oh, is that adventurers? Oh, please, please, I beg of you, heed me. Heed me, adventurers.
In Sylvan, hello, good tree. What seems to be the issue?
So, Anaran was already aware that it was the tree. So, shrouded by mist and tangled briars stands the ancient tree, gnarled and stooped with age. Its bark is cracking and peeling, revealing deep, dark scars. Leaves are sparse, drooping and faded, as if life itself is starting to slip from their veins. Yet this tree is alive in ways that stretch beyond the physical.
Well met, adventurers. You appear to be quite a long way from home.
You could say that.
Have these guys come up to get over here. There we go. The voice is sorrowful and tired. Each word seems to be laced with a hint of pain, as if the tree's very soul has worn thin. Heed me. I do not wish to take up whatever precious time that you may have, but perhaps before you move on, could you honor me with a story?
Very well. If no one wants to, I will. No one? Alright. We'll just tap the water, get on the rock. Well, good tree, what may I call you?
You may call me Oaken Shade.
Oaken Shade. A strong name.
Thank you. This place has been my home for eons. I've seen the coming and going of life, and watching over it with a smile. Was never truly alone until recently.
Until the rain came.
Indeed. Watched the storms slowly encroach upon this land, and what it has done, what he has done. Oh, to be able to see the stars one more time. Oh, forgive the ramblings of an old man, but please, just honor me with a story of some of your wonderful adventures. I would love to hear tales of your world.
Very well.
Before you do that, I'm not gonna interrupt Anarin's story, but since he brought up stars, basically I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Rin. I'm gonna prestidigitate constellations, like just small images of constellations. Best I can do right now.
So, as you prestidigitate, causing those sparkling little lights in front of his eyes, can't really tell since those eyes are more like just old worn knots of wood, but you could swear that you see them opening wider. Just like before.
Anarin will also use Druidcraft to make a harmless sensory effect of spring wind.
All right. As you do, let me get that. There's not a good wind effect, except eerie and freezing. If I put it on this, I'll just crank it down a little bit. That's the best we can really do. But just a gentle wind.
I'm gonna add to that by casting Silent Image behind them, making a sort of starry sky backdrop for them.
All right. Theo and Tsunami seem to actually want to assist with this as they move over. Theo having far less magical power, but she attempts to do what she can. With Tsunami having very rarely used her magic, but is doing so now, following your lead. And soon, let me change to where the sky seems to illuminate with stars, even though they are, of course, fake, but they emulate it well enough.
It has been so long since I've seen these flickers of light. So long. Akira, I saw where you were. You find that there is indeed the body of the fallen pixie. It seems to have been there for a very long time, completely devoid of energy to the point that it's nothing more than a husk, very similar to what Tsunami looked like when she was originally taken by Zirian. All the magic is just gone.
Let Akira do anything if he wants to do something.
How you guys do your thing?
Okay. Good oaken shade. Do you have any seeds?
I'm afraid not. Everything that once was upon me has long since shriveled up. There are no more seeds.
Well... There once was a story of a little old wolf abandoned by his pack, left to die. But it was found, wounded and hungry, by a group of travelers. They brought it home, they fed it, they nurtured it, and even in its old age, it was once again able to walk. It was released back into the wilds, and some time had passed. The same travelers, young kids, traveled deep into the same woods, and they were to be attacked by local predators. But those children were then protected by a group of young wolves, led by one very old wolf. The story of kindness begets kindness, no matter how much time passes. You may rest in peace, and know that your tale will not be. After all, the deathly mother awaits a kind soul like.
So that is when Theo goes to investigate, and that's when she turns to the rest of you, and she begins to slowly shake her head.
He was in his dying moment. We at least made sure he was comfortable. He will hold his amir. Milady, there is a treant in front of me that has passed away. Guide him to the evergreen forest of Arborea.
As you all are able to peer upon this great oaken tree once more, you can see as the bark that once had still a slight amount of color in it begins to dull and turn into an ashen gray. The hollow in its trunk where it once spoke to you with its wheezing voice has caved in, and a fine dust has settled where the roots had been.
Nearby, a few of its withered leaves lie scattered, each as fragile as a memory and crumbling to the touch. The air suddenly starts to feel colder, and whatever bright Feywild colors have now faded into the shades of muted twilight. There is no sound but the soft whisper of the wind, but solemn realization in that sharing your story, the tree passed on not in loneliness, but with the warmth of companionship, leaving the memory of your adventures rooted forever in this place. There is a small twinkle of something shiny that appears right beneath its left eye.
Theo. Grab its last remain.
It looks like a teardrop. Looks like it's made of sap.
He will use Druidcraft and he will enwrap that one amber tear into if you would allow it, age it to harden into amber.
Oh yeah, I'll allow that because by doing so,
Agate.
you have now obtained a magical item. Tear of the Great Wood.
Rest easy. You'll be helping us prevent this from happening again.
I don't know if it'll do anything, but can you purify the water around here?
Not today. Even then, this is the work of someone with Archfey level power. Mortal's got nothing on him.
So it appears that because this place doesn't seem to have much in the way of any remaining life other than the little bit of mossy grass and weeds, it appears to be a relatively safe location. So if you all were to rest, it seems this place could work.
If we all should camp. The stories say that it's gonna get quite dangerous tonight. Let's find... Well, how deep, how thick is the dead tree canopy line?
Extremely thick. They are dead. There's barely any leaves on any of them, but there are still a lot of them. The branches are branching off in all different directions. If you imagine like cartoons growing up of people going down the dangerous path and it's real spooky and the trees look alive and such, imagine that, only nothing is alive. So, I will say that due to time, we'll go on ahead and wrap up here. Though if there's anything that anybody would like to do before we end, please go on ahead and do so.
So what does this actually look like? Is it just like a crystal, amberfied teardrop? How big is it?
It was clear, but when it hardens, it now starts to glow a faint, kind of a bluish bright glow. It is
probably the brightest thing that is in this forest right now, other than maybe Soul's Bullet, but it seems to be imbued with some kind of a magic.
Did you already create this, or is this something
I
you have to
did.
create? Oh, okay.
I already-
Anaran will use... Yeah, I got 2 use. There. I'll re-equip everything later. Amulet of Vacation. Oh, well, might as well. I'll use the last charge from the Amulet of Teardrop.
Identify?
Yep. Which burns up that item, because that's gone now.
So, this seems to be imbued with the power of protection. The power to be a guardian for what it is intended use once a day after attunement grants you the ability to cast Guardian of Nature without the use of any spell slots or components. It is a 4th level spell, and when you cast it, a nature spirit answers your call and transforms you into a powerful guardian. Transformation lasts until the spell ends, though it is based off of concentration, up to 1 minute. You choose one of the following forms to assume. The form is either Primal Beast or Great Tree. Primal Beast makes bestial fur cover your body, your facial features become more feral, and you gain the following benefits. Your walking speed increases by 10 feet, you gain dark vision with a range of 120 feet, you make strength-based attack rolls with advantage, and your melee attack deals an extra 1d6 force damage on hit. If you choose Great Tree, your skin appears barky, leaves sprouts from your hair, and you gain the following benefits. You gain an additional 10 temporary hit points, you make Constitution saving throws with advantage.
Well, I know what I'm taking.
You make Dexterity and Wisdom-based attack rolls with advantage. And while you are on the ground within 15 feet of you is difficult terrain for your enemies. So it's essentially an offensive stance and a defensive stance.
I actually benefit from that a fuck ton. Okay. Alright. Let's camp here tonight. I think we'll be safe from whatever storm comes this way.
So, as you all gather up to prepare for camp, Tsunami goes over towards the great tree that once spoke to you, places a hand on it, and stays silent for a moment. Theo and Finian both stand back and just observe. And so, we bring this night to a close. Now that you are here in the Feywild, you have had a moment to meet with some of its denizens, both powerful and lowly, trickster as well as honorable. And you've also seen the ugly side of what is about to occur. The swamps, the rains, the outreach of this being known as the Drowned King. And who knows what's going on with Striking Shadow, and perhaps even Varric. What does Vecna have planned? And that is where we will end tonight.